Yeah, yes.
You don't know, I'll go
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, is there any power? Do they run power to the table?
Right behind. Other side.
About 11 hours.
So I don't really want
Yes. Oh, no, it's the nervous She pressing?
Yeah, I do.
Says no.
No, he says he's on security. I told him to text you when he's upstairs.
Still.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've been saying, good morning, this is the worst day for us to get upstairs. They should have the luggage already. Guarantee you, there's fewer people in council chambers like that than there are.
Okay, they're coming down now and.
Saturday, I think it was upstairs, it's not supposed to be. Just-
Yeah. That's
I don't think so.
No, I don't. Excuse me.
Well, all the middle
I
spot.
know the keyword was paying out. Now, that's the lady who knows what you mean.
We're gonna get started in about 5 minutes. We're still trying to figure out how to get more people into the rooms. Just a few more minutes.
Have some beanbag chairs down in the middle.
morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:13. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the September 18, 2025 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you may have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out sheets located on the table where you enter the room. Please include your full name, address, if you're for or against the proposal, and if you're here representing yourself or an organization. Please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Thank you. Out of respect for other speakers, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please line up at the microphone behind me. I think today we're gonna have it set up to my left. No mic, but the room is fully wired. I will call your name, and please do not repeat any comments that have been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the room if necessary and may be escorted by security. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barclay. Here. Commissioner Boatright.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield. Not here. Commissioner Castañeda.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowell.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores. Here. Commissioner Johnson. Not here. Commissioner Cadaquia.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Laspada.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons. Not here. Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa. Not here. Commissioner Reyes. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez. Not here. Commissioner Stosato. Not here. Commissioner Tillman. Not here. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas. Not here. We will now approve the minutes from the August 21, 2025 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on August 21st, 2025?
So.
Thank you, Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Laspada. Commissioner Boatright, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Castañeda.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowell.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores. Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Laspada.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Reminder that we will take public comments for the items on the agenda after each item has been presented. If you have not already done so and you wish to speak at an item, please complete a testimony slip available outside of the room. Staff members are available to assist if needed, and we will collect the forms from you. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and or the Chicago zoning ordinance. The first item today is listed as D1, a proposed amendment to plan development number 1434 submitted by Roosevelt Clark Partners LLC for the property generally located at 101 through 213 West Roosevelt Road, 1200 through 1558 South Clark Street. The applicant requests a rezoning of the subject property from the Waterway Residential Business Plan Development 1434 to Waterway Residential Business Entertainment and Spectator Sports Plan Development 1434 as amended to a multi-phase mixed-use development that will include residential, retail, institutional, office in a new 22,000 seat stadium. The maximum number of dwelling units will remain 10,000 and the PD will carry a maximum FAR of 5.83 by utilizing the neighborhood opportunity bonus system. This is item 22813, and it's in the third ward. James Winter will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is James Slinner with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Roosevelt Clark Partners LLC, has submitted an application for a proposed amendment to Plan Development 1434 at the property generally located at 101 213 West Roosevelt Road, 1200 to 1558 South Falls Street. Rezone the subject property from Waterway Residential Business Plan Development number 1434 to Waterway Residential Business Entertainment and Spectator Sports Plan Development number 1434 amended. To construct a multi-phase mixed-use development that will include residential, retail, institutional, and office uses, a new 22,000-seat stadium, and a parking garage with 1,200 parking spaces. The FAR will be 5.83. Subject site is located in the near south side community area in Alderman Pat Dell's third ward. The area contains over 29,000 residents and over 23,000 households, with a median household income of approximately $125,000. The area's population is approximately 50% white, 7% Hispanic Latino, 21% Black, and 17% Asian. Existing land uses in the neighborhood include transportation, multifamily and single-family residential, business, and commercial and institutional. Much of the site was created through landfills in the 1920s as part of a $9 million realignment of the South Branch of the Chicago River, seen here before the realignment was completed, and with the St. Charles Airline Bridge in its original location. The area then became a rail yard, which was eventually demolished in the 1970s, forming the current creating. The site is well served with public transit options. CTA stop serving the red, green, and orange lines is 1 block to the east on Roosevelt Road, and an additional red and green line stops are on Cermak, approximately 3/4 of a mile to the south. CTA number 12 and number 18 bus routes run past the North PD boundary on Roosevelt Road, and 29 State, 62 Archer, and 24 Wentworth bus routes are within a block to the east. An existing water taxi stop occurs in Palm Park just south of 18th Street, and a new water taxi stop is being proposed. The site is bounded by previously approved PDs to the east and north, the South Branch of the Chicago River, and the Anzac Rail Yard to the west, and Pington Park to the south. Here's an aerial view from the southwest showing the comparative heights of nearby buildings. And another view from the northeast. Here are current views of the site from ground level with a view of the existing portion of South Wells Street on the upper left. There's currently proposed traffic at the upper left, and Clark Street conditions in the center. The deteriorated west edge of the site along the river is shown on the right. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Katie Jenke-Dale, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale and from the law firm with DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Rich Clowder, we represent Related Midwest, which an affiliate of which is the applicant for this PD amendment. I'm joined today by Kurt Bailey, Ann Thompson, and Yvette Garcia from Related Midwest, Dave Baldwin and Ari Glass from the Fire, along with their counsel Mariah DeBrino, also from DLA Piper, and Louis Abuna from KLOA, our traffic consultant, along with a whole host of consultants. I won't take up our entire time naming them behind me. While this slide represents or starts only a few months ago in June, this is actually our third time in front of the Plan Commission for this PD, which was originally approved in 2018. At each step, we have undertaken a robust community engagement process spearheaded by the aldermen and worked with the various city departments to refine and improve the proposal, which we are excited to share with you today. This slide is a snapshot of the most recent community engagement process, which included 2 well-attended community-wide meetings and numerous smaller stakeholder group meetings. We appreciate the alderman's leadership in guiding us through that process and look forward to continuing that partnership throughout the construction of phase 1, the stadium, and future site plan approvals as the plans for this new neighborhood unfold. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Kurt Bailey from Related Midwest.
Thank you, Katie. What a day for the city of Chicago. Obviously for our company, but this is a moment where I think we're making an announcement not only to the country, to the world, that Chicago is back in so many ways. We're talking about a project that will drive cranes in the air like crazy. We'll have more people want to come and visit our city. We'll drive careers and opportunities into all reaches of the city of Chicago. This is a project that we first got our approval in this room 8 years ago and are finally here to begin construction. I want to thank a few people here. One, the city and their staff has been incredible. Amazing partnership from the commissioners to the aldermen, to the city staff, and their commitment to this project and making it work has been unprecedented, and we wouldn't be here without them. I also want to thank all of my team that related and their unwavering commitment over the last 8 years to get us to this point. And our commitment to this city goes beyond this project. And I know we're here today for this incredible project, but in the next little bit, we will be closing on another fairly important site in the city of Chicago, what we call now the Quantum Shore, 440 acres on the lake, where we'll be signing a lease with Cy Quantum and closing on that very, very soon. And yesterday, we closed on Roosevelt and Costner, the infamous silver shovel site. So within a week, we will be taking 3 of the most important sites in the city of Chicago and moving them forward. And that is a testament to the commitment of related to this city and how much we believe in this place. And lastly, to our partners at the Fire. They have been incredible partners. And the reason we're here today, the reason we are kicking off an $8 billion project is Joe Mansueto's commitment to the city and the Fire's commitment to building something great in our city and doing something terrific. So this is the kind of progress, the kind of development, the kind of movement forward that is going to move this city forward. So I could not be more proud to be here today to talk about what we're going to do and this incredible development. The benefits of which are myriad. We'll talk about a couple of them today here, but the riverfront, and we all know how important river is. And you go there, and you see all of the action, the people and how they use it up right in downtown. That will continue all the way to Bingtown Park. So that energy, that those dollars of people spending money doing things will continue all the way down to Chinatown. And then a massive amount of open space, right? Beautiful green open space, active areas, places for people from all of Chicago to use. And frankly, places for people from everywhere to come and visit Chicago and go to our site and see the great things that we're going to create. And then transit, really activating the river as a way to get places. So we have long talked about it. We see it a little bit. This will be the leap forward that actually gets used. Whether you're walking along the riverfront or you're on a boat, or you're on a divvy, or you're running or walking, that's how you'll get to this site. And then of course our commitment to affordable housing, which has been a 20-year, 30-year journey for us. It is accelerated with the passing of Affordable Illinois and the thousands of affordable houses that have gotten built in our downtown neighborhood because of that. And we will continue that commitment here with 20% of all of the houses we built will be affordable. So the benefits are myriad. And I think the last one that's so important are the jobs and the careers that we will create with this site. When you unlock $8 billion of development, you get to start a lot of careers. You got a lot of people, Don Bernanke, my great partner, likes to talk about. We'll have young people that will work on this project for their first job, and they may end their career still building on this site. That's how important today is. So I want to say again, thank you to everybody here today, and pass it on to my partner, Ann Thompson, to talk about the beautiful things that we're going to build in this.
Thank you, Kurt. As we begin sort of walking through the master plan, I'm going to highlight some of the underlying principles that informed the plan, particularly in the way that we can use this plan to maximize the impact on people. Because at the end of the day, we know this is about the people who are going to interact with this site. So as we looked at the total site, we talk about it in terms of a set of distinct districts. It starts with the Fire Line District, which is at the north, coming off of Roosevelt Road. And this is a series of plazas that provide that sort of front porch and leading entryway to the front door of the stadium. Next, as you move south, we have a network of public parks that support a series of what we imagine to be residential buildings. These are quieter, more introspective spaces that support a kind of daily residential life. And then as we get further south, we have what we call the district that we call the Wilds, which is the soft edge that abuts Pingtown Park. And it's an edge that blends creative, adventurous play with native planting, and again, makes that important connection to Pingtown Park. And last, the river district. One of the most important parts of our plan is how to activate the riverfront in a way, and the success that we've seen in other parts of the city. We believe this will be Chicago's newest riverfront destination with natural edges and civic spaces that draw people to the water and invite you to stay and live. And these are a series of images that illustrate the distinct character of each of these districts that I've just described. In total, our plan will have over 6 acres of public open space for all to enjoy. And what's important about these open space is that they bring together a varied and connected network of spaces that can be enjoyed by residents, by visitors, by all who come to this site. And it's one that really it informs this plan. It gives the 78 its identity and its rhythm. So whether, as I said, you're a fire fan, you're a resident, you're a student, or somebody visiting from our city or from across the world, there will be something here for you, not just one time, but something for you to discover over many, many, many visits. And that's the power of a really well-designed public realm, and something we spent a lot of time talking about in the development of this plan. Because again, as I said, the public realm is about people. It becomes a connective tissue for everybody who touches the 78, and this is what weaves together a community. So site circulation and access, incredibly important to any successful master plan. And it's designed to work with the topography of this site. So what you'll see here is the blue represents the lower portions of the topography, so the low points. The pink is at the high point. So Roosevelt Road is roughly 39 feet above the lower sections of the site. And you'll see how the circulation is designed to accommodate that topography change. I do want to point out the main entry points to the stadium. As I mentioned, the front door to the stadium is at the northern elevation, the northern edge. So you'll be able to walk from Roosevelt Road across a public podium, a public plaza, to the main entry point to the stadium. And then there are also, this plan notes the entry points to parking off of Wells Street in particular, and off of the LaSalle connector. So we know that great neighborhoods also rely on robust pedestrian circulation. We've designed a very clear, connected hierarchy of pedestrian pathways, access roads, and main streets that link those spaces, making it very easy to move through each of those districts that I described. Setbacks in the riverfront. So as we looked at the riverfront, we wanted it to work in parallel with the districts that I described earlier. So we have a strategy that adapts over the length of the riverfront and relates to each of those character zones. We've developed a series of representative sections that will be deployed across the length of the riverfront. We have almost a half a mile here. And it would create a dynamic, environmentally conscious edge and an activated riverfront that will serve generations to come. And this is an illustrative image that explains how we imagine the character of the riverfront to develop. It will include soft and hard edges, native landscaping, dedicated pedestrian zones, very importantly, and will have access to everyone. And next, I'd like to turn it over to Louis, our traffic consultant.
Thank you, Anne. Good morning. My name is Louis Abuna. I'm a principal with KLOA. KLOA prepared the traffic study for the proposed stadium. As part of the preparation of the traffic study, we worked very closely with the Chicago Department of Transportation in developing the scope and the study area that needed to be looked at. We also worked with them in developing the mitigation measures and the traffic management plan that are necessary in order to ensure that the traffic, that the street system and the access can accommodate the traffic on game days. This slide presents some of the key conclusions of the traffic study. Given that the most of the matches will be played on Saturday, one of the key findings of the traffic study is that the traffic on the roadway system that surrounds the site is significantly lower when you compare it to the weekday rush hour. So for example, before the games start, which typically start at 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays, the traffic on the surrounding street system is about 20% lower. And then when the game concludes between 9:30 and 10 p.m., the traffic is approximately 44% lower. This added capacity, this reserve capacity in the street system will help greatly in terms of accommodating and absorbing the traffic that will be generated by the stadium. Another key element is, as was indicated earlier, the site is well located within public transportation and other alternative modes that will give the fans other means to get to the stadium versus just driving. That again will help reduce the impact. And finally, there will be a traffic management plan put in place to help mitigate and manage the traffic flow on game days before and after. Some of these would include traffic control aids, reversible lanes on Wall Street, and as well as continued coordination with CTA in terms of improved services on game days. This is the area of the traffic study. Again, this was established based on our coordination with CDOT. As you can see, it includes a significant number of intersections, approximately 19 intersections on key routes to and from the stadium that would connect the ability for people to get to the stadium from the adjacent expressway system. Again, this is the public transportation slide. Again, it shows the robust public transportation that is available for the fans to use from the Roosevelt transit station, which is about a 7-minute walk, 2 metro stations that are about 15-minute walk, multiple bus lines, as well as the new water taxi station. Like I said, as part of the traffic management, as part of the managing traffic, there will be a traffic management plan in place that would help manage the traffic flow on game days. One of the key elements of that is the use of traffic control assistants at multiple locations. We anticipate about 20 traffic control assistants that would be located along the key routes from to and from the expressway. There will be positioned at the ramp terminals at the Roosevelt at 18th Street, at the entry points to the stadium, again to help manage the traffic flow, just like they do currently at Soldier Field for the Bears games as well as the Fire games. There will be implementation of reversible lanes on Wall Street between the stadium and 18th Street. There will be enhancement of the bus facilities along Roosevelt Road to provide shelters and larger waiting areas, and also to coordination with CTA to allow additional bus capacity during game days. We're also proposing a bus staging area on Wall Street to help manage the outflow of fans after the games. And then there will also be secure on-site parking, bike parking on site, as well as additional DV stations located on the stadium site. And finally, again, this slide shows the proximity of the site to the expressway system. The stadium is located to approximately to the major expressways, the 99 the Stevenson, Kennedy, IW Wells, Lakeshore Drive. So it provides very good accessibility to the regional roadway system. Again, as part of the traffic management plan, there will be traffic control assistance at key locations along these routes and at the expressway ramps. I'd like to point out that during arrival of the fans, arrival time or start of the game, the fans arrive over multiple hours, 2 to 3 hours. So it's spread out. It's not all occurring within close proximity to the start of the game. That helps mitigate the traffic flow. And then during departure, the TCA will direct traffic to the expressway system so that it gets to the exit the area more efficiently. Thank you. I'll turn it over back to Ann now.
So next, we'd like to walk through some of the phase one components. And I want to stress that we're really committed to making this a great place on day one. And we want to make sure that this first phase of work exemplifies sort of the qualities that we want to see across the full build out of the master plan. So there's a number of community amenities and public benefits that will be in place on what we call day one. I'd like to highlight a few of those, including over 1,400 feet of publicly accessible riverfront. This will give unbelievable access to neighboring residential communities to the riverfront that we don't see in all parts of our city. We'll also have over 3 acres of sports courts, a new water taxi stop, and what we hope is that our public open space will also be home to a variety of neighborhood and event programming, not only provided our team and the fire, but what we hope will be these spaces will be designed to be used by neighboring community organizations as well. So then I'll walk through a little bit about the phase 1 development. So of course we have the podium as sort of the central building and element. It is surrounded by a series of public spaces. So again, to the north, we have those series of public spaces that lead you from Roosevelt Road across to the front door of the stadium. Those public plazas exist on the rooftop of a 2-story parking deck, which is how we navigate that elevation change. We will also have 2 temporary surface parking lots, one a large to the south of the stadium and one at the northwest corner of the stadium. As I mentioned, we will be moving the existing sports fields over to the west side of the stadium. And of course, we will be installing at the riverfront, the full build out at that 1,400 feet, which will include a water taxi stop. I talked earlier about the importance of a strong, robust pedestrian network across the site. This was bringing pedestrians from Roosevelt Road, not only to the stadium, but allowing them circulation down to the riverfront and south of the site. We also have talked a lot about the bicycle network. This plan includes over 1.5 additional miles of bike network, which will be added to this site. We've also included divvy stations. There will be a bike parking lot at the northwest corner of the site. It's important for us as envisioning this as a forward-thinking development and neighborhood that we consider carefully these alternative methods of transportation, not only to the stadium, but for other parts of the build out to our site. Just quickly highlighting again some of what Lue mentioned in terms of traffic access. So vehicular access will come from Roosevelt Road, from Wells Wentworth, and from a connection at 13th Street. It's important to note that access for vehicles and pedestrians is designed to be separate, but particularly on game day. So you will see 2 areas on this plan that are highlighted with a red hatch, just west of the stadium, and then at sort of 13th and LaSalle meet, which we close during game days to ensure safety by separating vehicles. And of course, this is the riverfront. Again, another illustrative plan. I want to highlight a few things. One, you'll see the staircase just to the north of the stadium, which again provides that pedestrian access from Roosevelt down to the riverfront. There will also be elevator access so that we have universal accessibility across the site. You can also see here where the water taxi will pull up. We really hope that this will be an incredible way that fans will be able to come to games throughout the year. And of course, the sports courts that we had discussed. So as I mentioned, we've developed a series of site sections that sort of build a vocabulary that will deploy across the length of the riverfront. This section speaks specifically to the riverfront that will be open day one, just to the west of the stadium. So we have a 16-foot combined path for pedestrians and bikes. We have a green buffer zone, and then we have the sports court that you saw in the previous plan. And then we have the Wells Wentworth, which has separated bike and pedestrian lanes. And you see the vehicle, the major roadway Wells Wentworth, which would then take you to the stadium. This is our ground floor plan. Within the PD exhibits, we have clearly defined what is part of phase 1, which we have covered here. The ground floor plan includes, of course, the stadium, the first floors of the parking, both the structured parking and the surface parking lots, as well as a bike parking lot at the northwest corner of the site. This is the upper level plan, which again includes the stadium, as well as the roadway infrastructure that will be part of phase one. So the Fire Plaza, the LaSalle Street extension, 13th Street, and LaSalle Street will transition into 14th Street. And then, as I mentioned, the public garage, pedestrian entry and egress. And this is our landscape plan. The landscape, including the temporary parking lots, have been designed to meet the landscape ordinance, and they are designed to be responsive to the riverfront guidelines. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dave.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Dave Baldwin. I have the honor of serving as president of business operations for the Chicago Fire, and I'm joined by Ari Glass, who is head of real estate for the Mansueto family office. I'm going to talk in a minute about the stadium itself and the materiality to it, but I think it's important to just take a quick step back and talk about the responsibility that we have at the Chicago Fire of being good neighbors. This is something that is not new to us. The Chicago Fire have been around for almost 3 decades. At the same time that the club was founded, our foundation was founded. And through our Chicago Fire Plays program and the Chicago Fire Foundation, over the last 3 decades, we've programmed almost 400,000 hours of free soccer programming throughout the city of Chicago. We've donated over $10 million, and we're excited to bring those resources, both free soccer programming as well as financial support, to the South Loop through adopting and working with several of the schools as well as the local parks, where we'll be doing some beautification projects, and we are excited to be good neighbors from day one before the stadium is even open. If you take a look at this next slide, you'll see the image here of what it'll look like once this site is fully built out. But if I rewind about a year, our owner, Joe Mansueto, challenged us to go out and find the best site to build the best soccer stadium in the United States. And we looked at all the mega sites. We looked out in the suburbs, we looked in the city, and we fell in love with the 78 for a variety of reasons. The public transportation options, the ability to work with a great alderman in Alderman Dowell, the chance to work with Related, a world-class developer, the connectivity to the river. And ultimately, it was at that time where Joe made the decision to privately invest what is now a 702 this world-class stadium. I think, Kurt, you used the word historic earlier, and that is exactly what this is. This is the first time in 3 decades that a stadium will be developed here in the city of Chicago. This next slide shows the view from Roosevelt that Ann had alluded to. This is walking in on the Fire Community Plaza. I affectionately call this our Victory Plaza. Hopefully we'll be celebrating lots of wins and early celebrations out here. The next slide shows a little bit of a further removed aerial view. I would compare this similar to call it a Gallagher Way, what you see at Wrigley Field. The goal here is not only that this is really active on a match day in a place where fans of all creeds, races, religions, all areas of town, suburbs, and city alike get to come and meet on match day and event day, but this is a space that will be used and hopefully activated 365 year round. Outside of our events, we're looking forward to working with the community to activate it in a variety of different ways. One of my favorite parts about the site is the fact that it has some constraints and challenges. We've talked a little bit earlier about the vertical changes and the height differences between the river up to Roosevelt. And I just love these Spanish steps that Related has developed that are adjacent to the stadium. It will not only provide great access for our fans on match day to traverse and navigate the site, but this will provide great pedestrian access for the neighbors and residents to walk down from Roosevelt to the river. This shows the different angles, different views of the elevations. You can see here, if you go to the next slide, the materiality that we'll be using. Our goal was to create a stadium that is one of enduring elegance. It looks like Chicago. It's authentic to Chicago. It has the right feel and the right materials, specifically with the brick, the steel, and the glass that you can see on the facade. It has a Chicago warehouse feel to it. And I started by saying we have a responsibility to be a great neighbor, and that will continue not just for our foundation and the amazing stadium that Joe is privately building, but that also takes place on how we activate on match day. So our stadium will be roughly 22,000 seats. This is, for context, about a third the size of Soldier Field. It has a canopy over top, which is unique to soccer stadiums that will help to contain the noise and the light to limit any disturbances to the local residents in the third ward. And with that, I will turn it over to Yannette Garcia for related.
Thank you, Dave. Dave shared something really important to them, not just about a soccer club or winning games, which is really important as well, but about the community work they're doing through their foundation. And I wanted to bring this forward because it's important for us to highlight that this reflects the same community-based values that we established for the 78 8 years ago. And so having shared values between the fire and related is extremely important for us, especially for some of us that work in this space day in and day out. And to see that their authentic commitment to community impact over the last several months is truly bringing hope and renewed energy for all of us working in this industry, especially as we kick off the development of 78. My name is Yannette Garcia. I'm Vice President at Related Midwest, and I can promise you one thing is that the Related team and our partners, the Chicago Fire, care deeply about our communities. And so why is that? It's because we don't wait for what's next. We define it, we build it, and we lead it. See, at the heart of that work is a consistent commitment to community impact. It is through the intentional investment, comprehensive support, and problem-solving mindset that we're opening doors for small businesses and emerging businesses and empowering the next generation of builders. This project is subject to City of Chicago participation requirements, and we're very much aware of that. But we're also fully confident in our ability to meet and exceed those requirements. So how are we going to do this? I'll let you know that we invest in our community's future. As we lead ambitious urban developments across the City of Chicago, we have awarded over $413 million in contracts to community-based businesses. But our investment goes beyond financial. We dedicate time and resources to support emerging businesses through our mentorship program internally, because the technical guidance and the on-ground support expands access to opportunity that helps position these businesses for long-term success. We support, and that means that we empower industry-wide opportunities. We actively provide pathways for access and participation by offering tools, partnerships, and platforms that foster connections. These programs, like Curating Connections, bring together emerging businesses, professionals, and youth with experienced leadership in the industry to help build relationships that level the playing field and lead meaningful, lasting opportunities. We solve for systemic barriers by leveraging our combined knowledge and experience by working in collaboration with our industry partners to tackle the challenges that limit access to opportunity. From reimagining the blueprint of our project teams to best reflect the communities we serve and build with. Or by transforming job sites so that the culture on a job site is of more respect and welcoming to all tradespeople. So when existing systems fall short, we don't settle, we look for what's next, constantly evolving to amplify our collective impact across the industry. But most importantly, we commit. Our work in the City of Chicago is grounded on 3 key approaches: to invest, to support, and to solve. Through our partnership with the Chicago Fire and our broader community efforts, we remain focused on maximizing contracting and hiring opportunities, not just to comply with regulations, because that's important, but to deliver many meaningful, sustainable opportunities and outcomes for the communities in which we build them. Thank you for the opportunity. I pass that on to our team.
That is a tough act to follow. Now I'm going to talk about the sustainability strategy. But thank you, Annette. We've updated our sustainability approach to conform with the current 2024 guidelines and policies. Our pathway to compliance is noted on this slide, but I wanted to note it does include enhanced bird protection. We have representatives from Gensler who are here if there are any questions. Next slide. And then finally, the team has met with the Department of Building Stormwater team and intends to comply with all requirements of the stormwater ordinance. With that, I'll turn the presentation back to Kurt to wrap up.
Thank you, Katie. And you know, you did an incredible job talking about what this project means, right? And I want to say thank you to all our partners that are here today and that are at all of our projects. So if it's 88 Lake Shores, Quantum Shore, excuse me, Tricia, or it's this project extends outside of the boundaries of 78. This is something that is, you know, bigger and will reach into communities all across our city. It's important. The numbers are huge. And again, this is 8 years in of work. So I want to say thank you again to the partners, all my partners that related. It's $8 billion in development. It's 10,000 jobs. It's 5,000 permanent jobs. This is the way that we move forward at the city of Chicago. And so thank you for everybody that's here. Thank you again to the city for your partnership. We look forward to getting a shovel in the ground, getting going.
Once again, for the record, my name is James Winter with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. Proposed development is in compliance with the plat development standards and guidelines. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of existing neighborhoods. The proposal is designed to reinforce desirable urban features found within the surrounding area. The proposal ensures a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project. Project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and motor vehicles. The project is designed to promote pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of the plan development and zoning map amendment be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Tillman is in attendance. We're doing things a little different today. We have over 30 speakers signed up to speak. So we're gonna be doing batches of 10 people. They're currently on the 10th floor, listening to the live streaming. So I'll go ahead. Okay, so I'll be calling 10 names at a time. First, we'll start with Christina. No, I can't read the last name. Okay, Aaron, who's for the proposal. Thank you. And you can just speak there because we can hear you, even though there's the mic.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, members of the Chicago Plan Commission. My name is Cristina Veran. I'm here to raise my voice, my support for the proposed amendment to plan development number 1434 to allow the Chicago Fire Stadium at the 78. I am a true Chicagoan. I moved to this great city at the age of 11, and I was raised in Little Village. I'm also a proud graduate of CPS Farragut High School. 10 years ago, I founded my company, Chicago Voice and Data Authority. Today, my company is a testament of the success of this city's MBE WBE program. The program opened doors that allow me to build opportunities, not only for myself, but for others. Our team of 75 is composed of 72% city residents and 70% diverse individuals working in an industry that is less than 2% diverse in Chicago. It is part of my mission to create meaningful careers for people who look like me in the high-paying technology sector. This success was possible because of the mentorship and opportunities provided by Related Midwest. Their leadership taught me how to grow my business and succeed in this city. My first major project with Related Midwest, 3.6 million contract for the Lathrop Homes development, was a transformative milestone. Since then, my company has grown to generate 20 million in annual revenue. Related Midwest leadership. Shout out to Kirk Bailey, Dan Bernanke, and my Latina sister, Janet Garcia. They have shown unwavering support and dedication. I have seen many MBE, WBE businesses thrive thanks to their efforts. I also want to commend Joe Mansueto for his commitment to Chicago. The Chicago Fire is an outstanding organization. I believe that they will have a robust diversity, equity, and inclusion program, both during construction and in operations, when the stadium opens. As board president of Chicago Unidos in Construction, I can vouch for their community engagement with our organization. The Chicago Fire have gone above and beyond to ensure that businesses like mine have success, meaningful opportunities on their project. The Chicago Fire Stadium project under consideration today holds incredible promise, not just for companies like mine, but for the entire city. It represents a pivotal opportunity to build diverse Chicago businesses, create high quality paying jobs, and generate economic prosperity for the inner city communities that need it most. This project will position Chicago as the leader in MLS, the fastest growing sport in our nation. I urge the commission to approve this project, which will be life-changing for countless Chicagoans. Together, we can build a brighter, more inclusive future for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Who's getting the next speaker? We're doing one at a time. If you can just state your name as you walk in the room, and you can. Yeah, you can begin now. I'm gonna be taking time because we don't have a timer in this room. Thank you.
My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I am the president and executive director of the Near South Planning Board. Our organization represents the business institutions and stakeholders on the Near South Side. And we have been involved with this property forever. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak. And our organization has been following this property since the beginning, as I mentioned. So I'm here to be in support of this ambitious multi-phase mixed-use development, which will include the residential, retail, institutional, and office components, as well as this 22-seat stadium. We believe this project holds significant potential to serve as a transformative catalyst for economic growth for both the Near South Side and the city of Chicago as a whole. Over the past several months, we have engaged in constructive and collaborative dialogue with the development team to help ensure this proposal becomes a dynamic and lasting asset to the Near South Side. We commend the team for its consistent outreach to the community and its responsiveness to our feedback and concerns. Near South Planning Board fully endorses this forward-thinking development and supports the applicant's request to amend the existing PD and rezone the property as requested. We respectfully urge the City of Chicago, the Plan Commission, to approve this request. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez Carlson. Good morning. I think
You're on the list.
yeah.
Looking for a microphone. Okay, hello, my name is Amy Heldman. I'm a planner at Friends of the Chicago River. Friends of the Chicago River's mission is to protect and restore the Chicago Calumet River system for all people, water, and wildlife. The 78 site is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reimagine this half-mile stretch of riverfront that has been environmentally degraded and cut off from public access for decades. Friends of the Chicago River is disappointed in the revised river edge approach for the 78 master plan development and requests that that the development come to better alignment with the requirements of the Chicago River Design Guidelines, especially within the first phase. Specifically, we believe the following areas require additional improvement. First, the development should expand the river edge setbacks to allow for multi-layered vegetation and adequate circulation space for pedestrians and cyclists. The updated plan drastically reduces the river edge setback to 30 to 40 feet in most areas, in contrast to the 100-foot continuous setback agreed to in the original 2018 approval. Participants in the city's River Ecology Governance Task Force agree that the area west of Wells Street should have additional riverfront open space to compensate for the loss of green space elsewhere on the site due to stadium use. Additionally, more than half the river edge is now planned to be built with a seawall at least 5 feet above the water level, eliminating ecological and recreational benefits that have become standard along the shore. Second, the development should create meaningful and ecological beneficial open space along the river. The removal of the large central park space and its replacement with small courtyards between tall buildings significantly reduces the ecological quality of life and economic value. Language in the original PV called for a minimum amount of contiguous open space, which now has been removed and replaced with a more vague commitment to total open space of any size or location. Additional passive open spaces with proportion in size to the density and size of the development is essential. We urge the city of Chicago to uphold the goals of its adopted river vision plans and the Chicago River Design Guidelines by ensuring that the South Branch Riverwalk is extended in a way that enhances the city's environmental, social, and economic vitality. Riverfront parks in Chicago are beloved by millions of residents, visitors, significantly enhancing the city's livability and tourism appeal. It is also a living waterway full of wildlife, which is why river protection and ecological restoration must play a central role in this site's future at all phases of development.
Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Reyes McNamara. I live in the McKinney Park area. I am the president of the Southwest Environment Alliance. This project that is going on in Chinatown does affect my community. You're going to be tearing up ground and it's going to affect our air quality. You're going to be displacing people in that area because they will not be able to afford the rents. Because when you put something brand new, you know everybody else is going to want to move in. And they're going to be developing homes. And the people that are there have a right to be there. And I think you all should be listening to the folks in Chinatown and understand. I know we have these meetings over and over again, but my feeling is that sometimes you all already have a plan. Displace the people, no matter what color they are, because the dollar is more mightier than anything. And so displacing people of color is not a problem for you. It's okay. And I would ask you to stop and think how you are treating the people of our communities of color that are in this area where you want to redevelop. There's a park that you all are talking about that connects Chinatown to Hilton. Children go to that park. You're saying that you might have some cars redirecting the people to cross that street. How many kids are gonna have to get hit by a car or a truck going through to deliver beer, peanuts, whatever they're gonna be delivering? So I would like you to think about that before you all end up deciding, and I think you all already decided, but if you can go back to the table and rethink what you're doing to our community and make sure that the people of Chinatown have a voice. I'm here, I'm from McKinney Park, like I said, and I don't like changes like this without me having some input. And I think everybody in our communities have a right to question what is going on. And I know it might be funny for some folks that I'm up here talking about this, but it isn't. It's really serious. It's very serious. I would like anybody coming to me and saying, you know what, eminent domain, we're gonna move you out. And I don't know if that's gonna happen. Right now, I'm fighting the environment. We have all kinds of polluters, and we're not getting any help from the city. We're not getting any help. So I would ask you to rethink your move on this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa.
Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Tang and I'm an 11th Ward resident and I'm also the director for programs at the Coalition for a Better Chinese American. I'm here to testify today about the rising cost of housing and commercial rental spaces and the predictable displacement that will happen in Chinatown if this development is going to move forward as is. So currently, Chinatown is a long-standing immigrant community and also a large contributor to the city's economy, but it's also a very vulnerable community. In recent years, we've seen commercial and residential rental prices rise sharply. Some businesses even report their rental price doubling. A lot of our residents serving businesses are already closing down. Renters make up 61% of Chinatown residents, and nearly 34% of Farnborough Square residents earn below $25,000 a year. Our residents are already feeling displacement pressures and cannot be further exacerbated. The stadium hasn't even been built yet, and so what will happen to Chinatown if the luxury housing and the commercial complex comes in? So this is something that we believe the city needs to address now, before it's too late. If we don't build a safety net for residents and small businesses, they will not be able to stay in the neighborhood that they built themselves. Chinatown has been displaced once already, so we should not address displacement as a distant risk. It is a current risk and it's already bearing negative consequences. Studies have shown that stadiums bring an immediate shock on property value within a 5-mile radius, and the current affordable housing requirements are not sufficient to mitigate gentrification and displacement. So far, the developers' presentations haven't described fully what the housing plans are going to be, but we've seen renderings that show the luxury high-rises that's going to surround the stadium, and it has caused a lot of community concern. So even when developers commit to affordable units, the definition of affordability misses our community. Chinatown residents earn significantly less than the area median income, and we're talking about population with elderly population double the city's average, a lot of hospitality workers and low-income renters. They will not be able to pay any rent that's any higher. And this influx of private dollars without strategies to retain current residents will push out long-term renters, homeowners, and small business owners who needs to stay in Chinatown for language access and service. When these residents have to move out, the strong social fabric that Chinatown has built will gradually be dismantled. Small businesses and nonprofits that have their audience in Chinatown, those posts will be gone, and the immigrant sanctuary will no longer be the case. Therefore, to determine the best plan to prevent displacement, I ask for the commission to pause and require further vetting and public engagement in surrounding neighborhoods. The 78 Community Advisory Council should be reestablished with representation from Bronzeville as well. I also ask the City Council to fund a displacement impact assessment for surrounding neighborhoods, including Chinatown, Pilsen, and Bronzeville, conducted by a neutral third party that they're counting in their community. The study would enable the community to take concrete steps to form a community.
Can you wrap up your comment, Ms. Taylor?
I will.
Thank you.
Sorry, the community benefits agreement should include property tax relief for long-term residents, maximizing the percentage of on-site affordable housing for families at the deepest affordability. And to ensure long-term sustainability of Chinatown, I ask that Related Midwest support Chinatown in establishing a community land trust and make annual donations. We also ask that 60% of the hiring to be sourced from local residents, and for the fire to regularly report on procurement process and local hiring achievements. And to uphold preservation, I ask that 30% of the retail space to be community local. Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you, God bless you. John Paul Jones, Sustainable Inglewood Initiatives, also work with a community called the New Federal Advisory Committee in Inglewood, which is a district that was impacted by the removal of 400 homes in Inglewood for the railroad expansion. We are here mainly because we recognize the importance and significant impact railroads have in communities. We recognize that railroads, and this project particularly, it's not just a third ward matter, it's a far south side matter, it's an Inglewood matter. So any kind of community planning or any type of development, it all impacts, not just down here at Chicago 78, it goes all the way to 159th Street. These conversations about railroad goes back to 1992, when the railroad companies, along with the RTA, was talking about shutting down all the railroad from Roosevelt to 159th Street. They got those plans, 13 plans to shut down all railroads on the south side. And so again, it's not just a relate development Midwest project, which we support. We really think Midwest is a wonderful organization, a company that has demonstrated great care for Chicago. And we hope that we'll get a much broader public benefit for this project beyond the pedestrian management, beyond the circulations and other types of benefits that was displayed today. We think that we need to figure out a way to balance development. We need to find a way to think development. We need to find a way to ensure some protections, particularly environmental protections for the south side from this project. And we believe also that the community engagement must go beyond the third ward. It was debated some time ago that they was only talking to the 11th ward. You know, Alderman, she can contest that. That was an issue. They were only talking to the near south side. That was an issue. Inglewood is being shut down with railroad operations. A whole land use is being shifted. We have to figure out a way to balance this development. We got to find a way to see this as a railroad matter, not just a urban planning matter. This is a railroad matter. The railroads are shifting, and there's impact going all on the south side. Even our great church Trinity is being impacted with their parking because of railroad shifts. And so we just want to make sure that we found some way to kind of broaden the conversation, broaden the engagement, and think through some community benefits that we all can agree with that allows us to kind of get some infrastructure done, get some public engagement going, but also particularly help protect the public in this environmental concerns. The whole world's watching. The railroads are merging. But Southern's doing a merger. Union Pacific working with them on that merger. Also, you're dealing with CSX and the Canadians, and they all are merging to put together some strategies to deal with their short line connections. All that's going to be on the south side, southwest side. So,
Mr. Jones.
thank you so much for this opportunity, and God bless you.
Omar Sharif, President of African American Contract Association. Let me say thank you to the board, to the committee here. I'm here on behalf of the African American contractors dealing with equity and inclusion of this project. I'm in great support of Don Bernanke Kirk as my friend, Mark Gayton, because of the fact that I've seen the good work that they have done. I've been in business since 1989, advocating for contractors and businesses all over the city of Chicago, state of Illinois. But I tell you one thing, if you put your arms around this developer, we need to make all the other developers have this as their chart of going up and beyond. I've seen them take the one from the street all the way to the suites. I'm serious about that. And I'm saying, these are people that I run into every day of my life that didn't have anything, wanted something. If they were non-union, they make them union. If they want housing, they show them how to build a house. If they want a development of a warehouse, they make sure that they get the tools, the equipment, as well as the intelligence to do that. So I'm asking this committee to please hold them accountable. But we as a contractor group, African American Contractor Association, Black Contractor United, Rainbow Push, and other partnering organizations I deal with, Chinatown, Pilsen, and Bronxville, mainly, because I was born and raised out of it. But hold them accountable And I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Okay? And thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Mauser, and I'm a resident of 11th Ward and on the executive committee of 11th Ward IPO. I have lived in Bridgeport for 14 years and become incredibly invested in my community. You can't see it from there, but I'm wearing a necklace that says Bridgeport. I'm here today to express my concern for this development that was forced through very quickly with no input from the community. In fact, I canvassed around Bridgeport for hours last weekend, and only one person had even heard of this development. It is unacceptable that yet another massive development has been forced upon a community on the south side without any feedback or transparency. We have so many Amazon warehouses, making our streets unsafe. The Obama Center has priced out so many people out of their neighborhood, and now we're seeing such a negative impending impact upon our community within the 78. I love the character of my ward, working class, down to earth, kind people, artists, several generations of families living in old two flats, single family homes with vegetable gardens, and elderly immigrants that cannot afford to see a spike in property taxes. The scale of the neighborhood is small, it's a human scale. I'm glad that we don't have high rises where it's difficult to interact with your neighbors, and the character has been traded for a slick veneer. I do not want Sweet Greens or Lululemon in my ward. I want the small businesses that have existed for decades and know me by name to remain. The southwest side is already the most heavily polluted area of the city. Our soil isn't safe to garden with, and our air quality is abysmal. The addition of another stadium is a completely unfair burden when we have so many trucks on I-55, Archer Avenue, and 9094. We openly kayak on the river and greatly appreciate the efforts of local groups to clean up along the riverfront to make it a place for recreation after years of industrial plants dumping their waste. The site location was always natural green space where people enjoy. Just because it wasn't programmed or developed so that someone could profit off of it doesn't mean there wasn't a use for it. Placing yet another site with a giant parking lot and hardscape in addition to Amazon along the riverfront feels like a slap in the face and counteractive to these efforts. While downtown and the north side are seeing nice public spaces along the river, we get a few trees planted and they call it a park. This will turn the area into a place for people outside of the community. No one will want to go there when there are drunk screaming fans and jacked up traffic with reverse spikes and prices. The property values surrounding the stadiums have proven to go up significantly, 23% for renters and much more for property owners. As an architect, I cannot afford any increases in my rent as it is. It would be heartbreaking to be priced out of this community I've invested so much time and effort into through various volunteering. My elderly neighbors are immigrants on a fixed income. They cannot afford an increase in property taxes. When the development began years ago, so many in-house folks were living on the river and forced out with no place to go. Major developments like these hold ripple effect that extend for miles and for many years. We do not want our neighborhood to look like Lakeview River North without any character or history. The site plans show no site specificity, no connection to the deep cultural roots embedded within this community. I hope you will take my words into consideration, and at the very least provide us with community benefits agreement. We're going to be taken advantage of by wealthy investors that could care less about the existing population that will not be frequenting this stadium. The development is for our community. It is a travesty that this is.
Can you wrap up your comments and
Sure. It's a travesty that there is a flagrant pattern of buying up properties in the south side, only to push development through without anyone's knowledge. They also have such an extractive, decimating impact on surrounding neighborhoods. Northsiders want these developments to visit, but they won't carry the burden of having them in their own communities. We deserve better than this, and our community is not for sale. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. I'm waiting on something I wrote. That's okay. So my name is Jerry Lee. I opposed the proposal because it doesn't has not received any adequate amount of input from the neighborhood community, and I'm particularly speaking on behalf of the Chinatown community. And like I think about how locating the Capital One arena in Washington D.C. has really disrupted the Chinatown over there, and to the point where like over 90% of the Chinese American residents there have been displaced, and there's no more than a handful of like Chinese Americans left there. And this is like particularly meaningful to me because Chinatown here in Chicago is a big reason that I moved here 5 years ago and have been here since. So I came here to Chicago to for a PhD program in genetics at the University of Chicago. I'm originally from San Francisco, California, where I was born and grew up in Chinatown over there. And I did not know a soul when I came to Chicago. I felt comfortable coming here for graduate studies because there's a vibrant Chinatown community here, something that I so heavily rely on. Like since then, I've become like so engaged with the city and come to love the city so much that I actually love living here in the Midwest of Chicago, actually a lot more than San Francisco, California, which sometimes like people find interesting. Also, like I think even more importantly, that me being here in Chinatown has allowed me to like interact with a lot of the youth in the community that I really hope like do not get displaced by this development because of the lack of input from the community. Particularly because a lot of the youth that live in Chinatown are like are first generation or will be the first generation of college. They're low income. They come from non-English speaking families. They come from immigrant families. Background that I identify with all these things. And it was a rough time for me getting into higher education. And I think they deserve access to education as much as anyone else does. And I think that's something that public education in CPS has not really done a great job of. I mean, I know they're working toward it, but it's something that's still lacking. It's something that I'm still trying to support myself. I would not be here in Chicago. I would not have access to work with these youth who want these resources. They want access to education that a lot of other students get because these identities, being first generation, low income, minority, non-English families, immigrant background, is very much underrepresented in higher education. Like at the University of Chicago, very few people come from these backgrounds. You see very few kids from Chinatown end up in the University of Chicago. And so I think they deserve a place in higher education just as much as anyone else does. And I think that having input from the Chinatown community to the development is that's super important for the communities around it. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Norman Parker. I'm Black Contractors United. I'm advocating for a project that needs to get done. As I've seen it happen in various ways. When the project over on Ashland and Loomis, the facility, the practice facility, which we have a lot of young men and women working over there that need an opportunity. I'm pretty sure everybody over here had an opportunity, and now look where you at. So what we're trying to do is give the younger generation a chance, opportunity, so they can grow. But if they grow, we stop a lot of things. We stop violence, and we stop this terrible killing that's going on in our city. So I'm just want to focus on getting our small contractors opportunities so they can have jobs, so they can bring up the other younger generations that we can work on, have a better opportunity to grow. And United is gave me an opportunity. I have to say that in Trinity over in Roosevelt Square. And I'm a felon. Helped me get a job. They made sure that I was able to create my own job. Now I'm a Mason and I'm a GC. And we do pretty good work. And I just want to do one thing again. Thank you guys for the opportunity that you give us to present ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
As president of iVoters Corp, I'm proud to support the new Chicago Stadium on the near west side. This project is more than a stadium. It is an investment on our people and our community. The development will create thousands of construction jobs and long-term opportunities in hospitality, retail, and transportation. It will also bring new life to local businesses like restaurants, shops, hotels, drawing new visitors from Chicago and beyond. These visitors will generate tax revenue, which will be reinvested into schools, parks, and public services. For companies like mine, High Builders Corp, related, Midwest has helped us tremendously. You know, they've supported us for over 8 years, and I know they do the same for other small businesses. But also local carpenters and builders and suppliers will also play a big role in building something special. And they keep the skilled trades people working and showing the young people that there's a future for them in here in Chicago for any industry that it's involved. But you know, it's not only about jobs, but it's also about the community. This stadium will bring families and friends and fans together, creating Chicago pride and providing a safe, a world-class place for everyone to enjoy. By approving this plan, you'll help revive the near west side, support local workers, and give Chicago a new space to grow and celebrate.
So, can you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Andy Chen. Okay, I've lived in University Village for 20 years, and I'm a small business owner in Bridgeport, both communities that will be deeply impacted by the 70. I'm here today to ask you to not approve this plan because I believe that it's unsafe, unaffordable, and unfair to communities that I live and work in. Why is this plan unsafe? As you can see, I'm a biker. I've biked on Roosevelt and 18th Street before plenty of times, and I've almost been hit by cars on both roads. I've almost been hit by crossing the street from the Roosevelt collection on Roosevelt. So I feel it's unsafe, and we need more examination of what's happening there. My son is a high schooler. He goes to school in South Loop, so he has to go on Roosevelt every day on a bus. So I would like nothing more than the streets around the area to be safer, but I feel like the plan as it is isn't giving me enough assurance. Why is this plan unaffordable? Well, when brand name stores, luxury housing, and expensive entertainment come into an area, right? We know what happens. We've seen it before. Families are displaced. They're priced out. Businesses are priced out, right? Have lived near Pilsen, Chinatown, Bridgeport for many, many years. I've seen over 20 years what's happened to Pilsen, what's happened in Chinatown when these things happen, when they're uncontrolled, unplanned for, right? And as an immigrant myself, I am saddened when I see our history and our culture disappear from places that we helped build. So, you know, we kind of know why the population of Chicago is shrinking or stagnant, right? It's not because wealthy can't afford to live here, it's because working families and businesses can't afford to stay. And finally, why do I believe this plan is not fair the way it is, right? A fair plan would have had thorough, widespread, democratic public engagement, right? But what we got was 3 months of some virtual Zoom town halls that like I couldn't even attend because they were called at the last minute to kind of approve of this plan and to give people knowledge of it. So I don't feel this benefits our communities. Who I think it's really benefiting are the billionaires who own and will gain from this thing. Who are the billionaires here? There's an Iraqi British billionaire who owns the land, right? There's the billionaire of Related in New York, right? Who's worth over $18 billion, right? We have the Chicago Fire billionaire who's worth over $8 billion, right? They're rich and they're kind of sidelining the public's ability to respond to this plan, you know? And like it's happened over and over again where the public doesn't have accountability over these things can go badly for our communities, you know? Sports stadiums and sports teams are just write-offs for billionaires to like not pay taxes that should go to our communities, right? Over on the, in Roosevelt Square, which is right down the street from us, 2 miles from 78, Related has been building there, right? And it's been uneven, you know, they demolished 3,000 public housing units and only 900 units have been replacing it. And 40% of that is market rate, right? So we've torn down public housing and haven't done enough to replace it.
Chen, you have 10 seconds left.
Also, the Chicago Fire, they built a practice facility on that same public land, right? So at a time when our federal government is undercutting our working families by giving tax breaks to billionaires, I don't think our city should be doing the same. So we should delay this. We've got more oversight over this, and I hope we will vote not to do this. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Can you please state your name?
Hi, everyone. My name is Kyle Lucas. I am the Executive Director of Better Streets Chicago, and we are a grassroots nonprofit organization that advocates for better streets and transportation infrastructure for people to walk, roll, bike, and take transit. And I'm here today to urge this commission to not advance these plans for the 78 today. I want to be really clear that our position at Better Streets Chicago is actually not against developing this site. We think that this is a prime piece of land to actually develop and create something significant for the city of Chicago. However, there have been commitments and promises made to the residents of Chicago. There have been taxes levied on the residents of Chicago based upon those promises that are being rolled back within the plans that we're seeing today. We are looking for significant transit improvements into the site that are no longer present. Number one, the metro tracks need to be realigned. This was agreed to in the 2019 plan. This is no longer present in this plan. Realigning those tracks would allow for actual pedestrianization of Clark Street, which is currently a dangerous, terrifying car sewer. If you've never walked along that stretch of Clark Street, I highly recommend you do it. It's very harrowing. It also would create the opportunity for actually activating that space, creating developable land along that and creating an actual streetscape. There's also, there was a proposal for a red line station to allow for additional transit access to this site, which I think is even more important. If we're talking about building a large events facility like this, especially only steps away from another stadium. What if there are events that are happening at both stations or at both stadiums at the same time, right? So we're going to rely on just Roosevelt to absorb all of these people for multiple events. I think that that needs to be considered. Also, I think that there are some real concerns to be had about the current alignment of the Canadian national tracks that are used by Amtrak currently. If we're looking to build high-speed rail in the state of Illinois, this is a corridor that is consistently looked at as actually being utilized for high-speed rail. Currently, the alignment that's proposed in this would not be congruent with high-speed rail development. I think a lot of people in this group would love to see high-speed rail in the state of Illinois, myself included. And I don't think that we've had enough time to actually suss out how that is going to be affected by this current plan. So what I'm asking you here today is to not do nothing. I'm asking you to give us more time. We are not here to try and rush things through. And I understand that there are that the infrastructure proposals from the 2019 agreement are incompatible with the developer's timeline, but we're not talking about working on the developer's timeline. We're talking about working on the timeline of the people of Chicago. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Chair Flores and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Grace Chang Given, and I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for a Better Chinese American Community. We are a policy and planning organization in Chicago's Chinatown. While our community has many concerns about the proposed stadium and the 78 development in general, including housing for low-income families and seniors, equitable jobs and contracting, and protection of the riverfront and Kingtown Park, I am focusing today on traffic circulation and transit equity. First, the FLOA traffic study that was prepared for Related Midwest that you just heard summaries of does not fully address vehicular circulation and transit equity issues faced by surrounding neighborhoods, including Chinatown. A more comprehensive study is needed, one that evaluates traffic into the stadium as well as future phases of the 78 from Pilsen, Bronzeville, Chinatown, and the South Loop, rather than centering primarily on highway access. The present study area prioritizes intersections from Ida B. Wells on the north to 18th Street on the south, with emphasis on Wells Street between Ida B. Wells and Polk, and also looking on Roosevelt between Clark and Union and 18th Street too. Absent is a serious analysis of travel to and from Chinatown on Wentworth Avenue and nearby streets, and to and from Pilsen on Surmac. We already know that on the weekends, both of these streets are very congested. Congestion on Wentworth as cars enter and exit the two Chinatown parking lots is already very significant. and the congestion we see for festivals like Fiesta del Sol and the Chinatown Summer Fair is significant as well, even though arguably these have higher attendance than a typical Chicago fire game. But these are real world lessons that we should take a look at in context. A complete plan should analyze also access on Clark Street, Wentworth Avenue, and Cermak Avenue, and propose remedies for pedestrian and vehicular conflicts on these roads as well. Second, as Kyle had just said, we have an opportunity to improve public transit for the 78 by realigning the metro tracks to open access to Clark from the east. This not only opens traffic, access to vehicular traffic as well as pedestrian traffic to Clark Street, but it also opens up Clark Street itself for more retail opportunities, if retail opportunities is desired. Further, neighbors in McKinley Park, Bridgeport, and Chinatown has expressed initial support for an orange line stop that's an intermediate stop between Halsted and Roosevelt. So even if an additional red line stop is no longer under consideration, we should also look at additional CTH stops that are beyond the red line stop. So is that time?
That's the timer.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. Good morning, members of the Commission. My name is Jose Marquez. I am the president and founder of Innovative AV Systems, a proud MBE and service-disabled veteran small business here in Illinois. As a Marine veteran, I understand service, teamwork, and commitment. Those are the same values of how I guide my company today. By creating opportunities for veterans and residents from underserved communities here in Chicago, we are building meaningful careers in technology. That's why the project excites me. The Chicago Fire Stadium at the 78 isn't just about soccer. It's about opportunity, pride, and progress for Chicago. About creating quality jobs and ensuring that local businesses like ours are part of something transformative for the city. I want to commend Related Midwest for their leadership and vision. Their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion has been clear, not just in words, but in action. They've opened doors for companies like mine, and their support allows certified firms such as FDBOSPs and minorities and women-owned companies to compete and succeed at the highest level. The Chicago Fire is an outstanding organization with a deep commitment to Chicago. I believe their presence at the 78 will bring lasting benefits, not just for economic growth, but community pride, youth engagement, and a stronger identity for our city. I urge the Commission to approve this project. It represents an opportunity to build something far greater than a stadium. It's a chance to build hope, unity, and a brighter future for Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, finally brought some real football back to Chicago. Went back and forth. Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Ibarra. I go by the name of Bobby. I am the board vice president of Chicago Unidos, and a little village subcontractor. We deal with steel. I just wanted to speak as a member of Unidos, and again, a Chicago resident. I'm here to support the Chicago Fire Project, and I'm doing so knowing that Chicago Fire Project team and ownership is committed to building this project with a workforce as diverse as our city and the Chicago Fire fan base. A close friend of mine and of many of you, Claudette Soto, would have not only loved to see this project built, but to see it built by the community who support this team and the sport the most. Please don't set the minimum diversity goals. Instead, set them to the percentages of your fan base. You will not regret doing so. The project is uniquely positioned to set a new standard in fandom and diversity. Our community is ready and more than qualified to build this project. Let's go, vamos unidos.
Please state your name.
Yes. I'm Debbie Liu. I am a resident. I'm also the president of the King Contract Advisory Council and a staff member at Metropolitan Planning Council. I will be reading a portion of a written testimony submitted by Metropolitan Planning Council today. MPC is a 90-year-old independent nonprofit policy and planning organization dedicated to building equity in the built environment. MPC supports the desire to bring significant investment and reactivation to one of Chicago's key development sites. We particularly appreciate the civic commitment of privately funded stadium and the vision of a mixed-use development providing access to the Chicago River. Where our significant concern lies, however, is the prioritization of expediency over functionality. And we believe the long-term impacts of decision-making around transportation, open spaces, housing are emphasized less than the short-term goals of site readiness. Given the site's prominence and volume of potential residents, workers, and visitors, we strongly encourage stakeholders to address the concerns raised in good faith and to not let short-term desires outweigh the opportunity for Chicago to chart an ambitious, sustainable future through large-scale mixed-use development. Transportation concerns. Access challenges have been contributing to this site's long-term vacancy. Given railroad right-of-way near and through the property and a lack of pedestrian and transit access, the original RDA allocated $551 million to the from the Roosevelt Clark TIP to construct significant transportation improvements, including a new CTA red line, the realignment of metro tracks, and site improvements on Clark and 15, and the reconstruction of the riverfront seawall. These investments would create a robust access through walking, biking, walking, and the river, but represent an ambition for sustainable future that the site actually merits. Unfortunately, the most recent proposal dropped these transportation investment, instead opting for a construction of a city-owned parking facility. While MPCs appreciate the Wells Wentworth connector that's already on the site, it is designed to be a low-stress bike-friendly, but alone is not enough to build towards a vision of sustainable, convenient multimodal access. So swapping these transportation options for a parking garage not only diminishes the access to sustainability, but it also encourages more traffic in proximity to other high traffic sites such as Grant Park and the museum campus in Chinatown. This contrasts greatly with mixed use development such as Wrigley Field, which is anchored by a CTA bus and rail transit. Given the high volume of visitors arriving and departing for events and the thousands of proposed housing units potentially on the site, high capacity travel are crucial. And the recent proposal has essentially has deficiencies in this realm. And so I'm not going to talk about some of the other written components of this housing, but we actually do want to see a future forward world-class city, and we must build towards that and not just something that's good enough. Thank you.
Hi, can you state your name, please? My name is Consuela Hendricks. I am Executive Director of People Matter. I'm a resident of South Loop, as well as an advocate of Chinatown. I wanted to highlight the sprawl. I want to highlight the sprawl of gentrification that will happen. Research overwhelmingly shows that market rate housing developments and luxury developments are linked to mass displacement of neighboring low income residents. The Voorhees Center had created a study. It was a 4-year study that it was called The Socioeconomic Change of Chicago's Community Areas. It was from 1970 to 2010. It showed that inequality is growing in Chicago, and 15 years later, we're still having the same problem. Some of the neighborhoods have grown wealthier, while other neighborhoods have grown poorer. At the same time, the number of middle-class neighborhoods have also grown down, adding to that disparity. Even though gentrification is unpreventable, there are things we can do to lessen gentrification, such as a community benefits agreement. This community benefits agreement can include a community land trust where a nonprofit or nonprofits are donated some land on site or off site where they can steward on behalf of the community. Inclusionary zoning, which requires developers to sell or rent a certain percentage of new developed housing units at below market rate to lower income households. Often developers are given the option to have a fee, a lieu in the fee. Strengthen rental protection and or champion campaigns like lift the ban on rent control. And then lastly, the tax abatement policies, which the Obama CBA coalition had an agreement with the Obama Presidential Center, which was like fixed property taxes as land value begins to rise. It benefits residents and business owners who meet specific criteria, like how much income they make, as well as how long they've been in the community. I hope that Related Midwest can collect collaboratively. Yeah, I hope that Related Midwest can collaborate with community input and work alongside many of the existing communities that this development would inevitably affect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rob Castaneda. It is, well, almost afternoon. I know you guys have been here a long time already. My name is Rob Castaneda. I'm here today as my role as Executive Director of Beyond the Ball, a nonprofit based in Little Village that uses sport and play to build community and promote peace. While I also serve as Commissioner of Chicago Park District and the Public Building Committee of Chicago, I want to be clear that today I speak solely for Beyond the Ball. I'm here to support the proposed stadium, not because the Chicago Fire is a professional sports team, but because they've been a trusted and committed partner to our organization since 2013. Over the past decade, I've witnessed firsthand their investment in neighborhoods across Chicago, especially those that are often overlooked. Through the Chicago Fire Foundation, they've consistently shown up, not just with resources, but with people, programs, and a genuine desire to build relationships. Their commitment is also reflected in their financial investments. The Foundation's PLAYS program, which stands for Participate, Learn, Achieve Youth Soccer, has grown more than 400% since its launch in 2013, and now served over 1,500 CPS students each year. The program uses soccer to develop key social emotional learning skills like emotional control, goal setting, cooperation, and communication, traits directly linked to academic success. The Fire also recently opened the $100 million Endeavor Health Performance Center on the West Side, a state-of-the-art training facility that includes a youth academy focused on children from low-income areas. Since launching their academy in 2007, the club has signed 19 homegrown players, many of them from Chicago, demonstrating a longstanding commitment to developing local talent and creating pathways from our neighborhoods to the professional level. The stadium represents more than a venue. It's a chance to deepen that commitment and create safe space that reflects the value of equity, access, and community. I urge you to consider not just the bricks and mortar, but the people and the partnerships that will bring it to life. Thank you all for your time.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I am in favor of this proposal. I've been following it for a number of years, since Tony Resco owned it. Back in the day, they were talking about putting an IKEA and some townhomes on this site, and I've been following it since then. I give architecture tours on the Chicago River, so I see this all the time, talk about it all the time. I do hope that one thing Related works on is that vent for a deep tunnel, because right there is kind of stenches when it rains out there, so I hope that something is done about that. Architecturally speaking, for the project itself, it's not a bad design at all. It kind of reminds me of McCormick Place East, plopped on top of a kind of industrial building from the 1920s. I think the eastern and southern facades of the building need a little bit of work at ground level to come off as bland and boring with that burnished brick. So I'm hoping that perhaps you would think about maybe planting some like bigly ivy, because on the east and south side, you're gonna get the most abundant lighting for the daytime hours. I think something, like I said, something needs to be done about the mitigation of the stench of deep tunnel. I think that a lot of us know this project is already approved in terms of the 78 in total. So I've heard a lot of people kind of complaining about the project. This is really an amendment to allow the stadium. So I also hope that the alderman really pushes related to do as much as they possibly can on this site, because it's already approved for 10,000 apartments. And if you're gonna have 20% affordable, that's 2,000 units on site that would be affordable, and if related doesn't build to its full potential, you're not gonna have those 2,000 units. So I hope that Alderman Dow really pushes related to build up the site for full potential. As many have said, I am a little bit disappointed in the loss of the red line stop at 15th Street. I think this needs to be re-examined. I think that the fact that the new State and Lake Station is gonna cost in excess of like $440 million. I think that project can be elegantly value engineered, and some of that money used to construct the station here at 15th Street. That's just my opinion. Oh, and also hope that Related has been talking to some of the developers, have a conversation with the developers of Riverline, just to the north of you. I believe that's CMK, about how we're gonna have a really nice and cohesive Riverwalk connection under Roosevelt Road. And that's it.
How about Ford Lakes for a drive?
All right, okay. Here is limited at 950 feet, that's 2 floors. That's how.
I'm president owner of Bell Fuel Distribution Company. I'm a fuel distribution company. Today, we're not just celebrating the future home of Chicago Fire, we're celebrating a bold, community-driven vision for our city. This isn't just about concrete and steel, it's about community, about opportunity. As a proud Chicago-born and raised business owner and the first generation daughter of immigrant parents, this moment is deeply personal to me. This groundbreaking decision about making sure that small local business owners, especially those born and raised right here in Chicago, have a real seat at the table. Thanks to visionary leadership from the Chicago Fire, this project is opening doors that have too often been closed for us. This city has always been a sanctuary, a place where people from every background come to work hard, dream big, and build something lasting. That's exactly what this project represents. With the selection of Pepper Construction, GMA Construction Group, and All Construction Group leading the way, we're showing the world that when Chicago builds, we build together. Today, I ask that the city take the lead of the Chicago Fire and take this effort to the next level and allow small local businesses, especially those owned by Chicagoans like me, have a real opportunity to lead and grow. This is Chicago. United, resilient, and rising. I couldn't be more proud to be a Chicagoan today. Thank you, Chicago Fire, for setting the precedent on how we build Chicago.
Hello, everyone. Hello, beautiful members of the Planning Commission, other folks who are here. I hope you guys are doing well. My name is Angela Lynn, and I am Southwood resident. I'm co-president of a nonprofit called People Matter. We work in Chinatown, Pilsen, Bronzeville, Fuller Park, surrounding areas, and we focus really on cross-racial coalition building and solidarity. And so today I'm talking to you, sadly, against the proposal for Related Midwest, and asking for a community benefits agreement with these communities of color that are most impacted, as well as the near south, before the proposal continues. So in this, like wonderful, amazing, beautiful presentation that the 78 gave, one of their slides said that there was overwhelmingly positive reception from the community. And I would propose to say that that is not quite true. Not because the 78 wants to tell us things that are not true, but because of their definition of community. So they gave the near south community snapshot from CMAP, right? 29,000 people. But as we all know, this is a globally impacting investment, right? This is going to impact the whole city of Chicago. And so how can we just talk about the near south? We at least have to include the communities of color that are surrounding it, historic communities, Chinatown, Bronzeville, Pilsen, vibrant communities that contribute so much culture to Chicago. And so these communities have not necessarily been adequately engaging the community engagement process. Actually, yesterday I went out to Chinatown, to Bronzeville. I was out in the streets, with this very clipboard with these petitions, and I went and asked people, to support. I asked people if they support a community benefits agreement. Just yesterday, I got 118 petitions agreeing to a community benefits agreement. And so we also did a survey, me and other nonprofits. We did a survey of 400 people, Chinatown and Bronzeville, mostly. And out of those 400 people, about 50% said they knew nothing about the 78. 80% said they knew on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 to 3, about the 78, meaning like very little. So if the community doesn't even know this is happening, I think there needs to be more community engagement. It's been a 3-month process since we found out about the $700 million soccer stadium with Chicago Fire. And so while it seems like a great idea, there's just not enough community engagement. 3 months, if any of y'all have, done community engagement processes, know that that is not enough time at all. And so, we would advocate for this community benefits agreement, which finds the English version.
You have 5 seconds now.
Okay, yeah, so basically, we would love a community benefits agreement and more engagement before proceeding with the proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Knight.
Good afternoon, I think it's about 12 o'clock now. My name is Tyrone Powell. I'm the owner and CEO of Powell Group Corporation. PBA, PGC Doors. We are a minority certified by the city door supplier. I think we've been doing doors about a year now. Thanks to Related Midwest mentoring me from 2018 up until today. I'm an advocate for veterans. I'm a service disabled veteran. I'm an advocate for ex-offenders. I made some mistakes. In Moments 2018, I was directed to Related Midwest as I was rehabbing my property from the South Side. I'm a South Side resident. And upon being directed to Related classes, weekly technical support basically means responding to RFPs, understanding how to estimate. Small companies need that support. Through that support, I was able to go from just saying, we're going to paint a bedroom for $500 to understand how to read drawings, how to do takeoffs. We need these things to scale. This came from Related Midwest. Yannette Garcia, my brown sister from another mother, I have her. We call her, if I get on a project and we go out and we run into challenges, I can text her, I can call. I can say, hey, look, we ran into this problem. What should I do? We need companies like Related Midwest. We need millions of Kurt Babies and Don Bernanke. And we need these companies to help small businesses, to help people that have made mistakes, to help veterans that are coming home from the military. We need opportunities. Powell Group Corporation, we're partnering with the Department of Defense Skill Bridge. We're bringing veterans home and giving them an opportunity to OJT on the job training. I have 2 gentlemen here today, Roy Beatty, Brenda Biggins, fresh home from the Air Force, and did OJT with us. Related invited them over to learn how to project manage over at their headquarters, took them to 400 Lake Shore, showed them how they're building a floor every 36 hours. Companies aren't doing it. I'm telling the neighborhoods, I'm telling communities, I'm telling everybody I know all the time. Ladies request, hires 360, you're trying to find your way, you want to do something right, you want to take care of your family, you want to get the union, you want to build your company. Related is just different. And we have to support companies like this because this is what we need. This is what's going to change Chicago. When I go in the neighborhoods and people see me, they think I'm doing what I used to do. It's always, no. I'm doing construction. We're selling doors. I don't have to think about selling no crack no more to feed my family or take care of people. You can actually learn how the construction industry, the supply industry, you can learn how to take care of your family. And there are people that's willing to help. Thank you.
Michael Sullivan. Ready for me? Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Sullivan. I'm the owner of World Class Fire Protection. I have been the only African-American owned fire protection company in the city of Chicago for like 10 years, up until just recently. I'm a product of the city, I'm a product of the Chicago Housing Authority, Allville Gardens. I became a sprinkler fitter back in 1990. And in 2007, 2008, when during the economic downturn, most of the African Americans in our trade were laid off. We had a total of 2 working during that time for the whole year. So I took a leap of faith and started my own company in order to bring some more diversity back into our trade, hiring African American, Hispanics, and women. With that being said, it took me a while to get contracts. I got one of my first big contracts with Clayco, doing the Central Campus Health Center, joint venture with a company called US Fire Protection. Then I got opportunity through Hire 360 with Related Midwest. And they had enough faith in me to offer me a project, a 368 unit, 13-story apartment building on the north side, Highway Apartments, which I must say we've knocked it out of the park. So
Beautiful building, beautiful thing.
Well, with that being said, given the opportunity to do these projects, I was able to hire some youth in the community. We need, as far as the 78, I attended one of the first meetings. I'm proud of what you guys are doing right now in terms of this new soccer field. This is gonna be great for the city as a whole, not just the surrounding communities, but the city as a whole, as it will bring tons of jobs and opportunities to everyone. During this climate with the, and I don't wanna get political, but with the regime that's in the White House now, I mean, something like this is big. I actually get the contract to do the Chicago Fire Training Facility, which is on 14th and Ashland. We completed that, and looking at this, like I said, this project will bring new job opportunities to the youth. I'm hoping that with this project going up, it'll be more diversified, that you'll be able to test some of these unions, because the sprinkler fitter unions is a different breed in terms of diversity, and I think it should be mandatory that the unions, and I'm union, we're gonna participate on this project. The youth and the city of Chicago should have an opportunity to get into, to operate within the trades and work on some of these jobs. And so, with that being said, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shannon Guerra. I'm not here representing any organization. I live in Chicago. I live in Bronzeville, and I love Chicago. The letter to Chicago really struck a chord with me. I was raised in a really small rural town in Oklahoma, not even 1,000 people. I've lived in Dallas. I've lived in Brazil. I came to Chicago for a job, and I fell in love with it. It feels more like my home, my little town, than any place I've ever lived. I love all the neighborhoods and the vibrancy of our community. I'm here to speak out in support of this stadium being built at the 78. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for our city, for my neighborhood. I love my neighborhood. I want good things for it. I think this really brings a lot of economic opportunity to us. I think it has a global reach that's going to bring foot traffic to the small businesses and the companies that are around our neighborhood. And I really support what the Chicago Fire is doing. I think you're great for our neighborhood, and you're welcome in my neighborhood.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ken Cuellar, and I'm the proud principal at Dr. Jorge Prieto Math and Science Academy in Belmont, Craven. I come to you here today, I'm honored to be here today, not only as a lifelong soccer fan and fire supporter, but more importantly, as a principal who has witnessed firsthand the impact of our 12-year partnership with the Chicago Fire. Before becoming a principal, as an educator, I served and I worked as the Chicago Fire Plays program coach, where I saw firsthand how soccer could be could be a vehicle for much more than just athletics. I've always believed that the inner city has an incredible amount of untapped talent. Young people filled with hopes, dreams, ambitions, and abilities just waiting to be nurtured. What it needed are quality partnerships with organizations, teams, businesses willing to invest in them, providing them coaching, resources, and safe spaces. The Chicago Fire has been exactly that partner. I want to formally thank Chicago Fire owner, Mr. Joe Mansueto and Jessica Yavins for their leadership and their ongoing partnership with the Chicago Public Schools through the PLACE program. Their commitment goes beyond soccer. It is about providing not only athletic opportunities, but also social and emotional support and education. At Prieto, we are a leader in me school, which means that we use a social and emotional and leadership curriculum that teaches every student that they have the capacity to lead with no title required. Leadership is about how we use our influence in our families, in our communities, the soccer pitch, in the classroom, and in your own learning. The Chicago Fire Place program reinforces this philosophy by giving our students opportunities to not only grow as athletes, but also as resilient, compassionate, and responsible leaders. In Belmont-Cragen, a community that was hard hit by the pandemic, the need for social and emotional, behavioral health, and mental health was urgent. Many of our scholars lost family members, loved ones, and even housing. Additionally, we welcomed wave after wave of newcomer families who had endured traumas and hardships on their journeys to this country. Last year, Mayor Brandon Johnson visited our school and reminded us of the importance of not only being trauma-informed schools, but also healing-centered schools. The PLACE program has been a healing presence for many of our scholars. And over the years, I've seen PLACE program scholars not only develop a love for the game, but also transfer those lessons from the field into the classroom. Things like teamwork, resilience, grit, communication, and dedication. Equally important, they've learned compassion, empathy, and grace, qualities that this world needs now more than ever. The Fire has also opened up doors of opportunities for many of our scholars. Attending the Fire game was the first time downtown, the first time at Soldier Field, and the first time at a live soccer match. The joy in their eyes walking into the stadium, engaging in the pre-game activities, and watching their heroes playing live was unforgettable. As a Fire fan, I'm excited about the new stadium. It represents a new chapter, a home to call our own, while also honoring the incredible history of this club. But as a school leader, I see it as another opportunity for the Fire to connect with communities across Chicago and expand its impact. On behalf of Prieto and the countless scholars whose lives have been touched by this partnership, I want to say thank you. I'm proud to call the Chicago Fire a partner and look forward to all that is yet to come. Thank you, everyone.
I'm Nancy Presswood, president of Presswood Concrete Construction. I'm here today in support of the development of 78 in the new Chicago Fire Stadium. Simple, projects like these really do impact the community. Since 2018, developments like this have afforded my company the opportunity to sponsor two young individuals in the apprenticeship. And we've been thankful enough through the projects like these to be able to see them all the way through the journeyman status. And that's what you call real neighborhood impact, right? This project, I believe, will do that for numerous people. And that's the gist of it. It's a wonderful project. There's not too many projects that you can say where the owner's coming in funding the project, right? Usually they come after the tax dollars first, right? I think that's a wonderful thing. I don't want to use too much of your time, so I urge that we approve this. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Anna Hall. I'm the owner of PNH Bland Plumbing. I'm a union plumbing contractor. I'm also a plumber, 36 years with local 130. I want to recommend Related because Related is the first contract that gave me an opportunity to be a friend. I did Parkway Garden. I had 20 plumbers. Anybody know being a union plumbing contractor? That was a lot of payroll. So they made sure that everything, I didn't fail. So I'm also a co-facilitator for the police department in 22 district in Beverly. So I believe Chicago Fire in 78 would help the city of Chicago. So 100% for this project. That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Good afternoon now. Members of the council, my name is Jimmy Williams. I'm operator of Urban Roots Inc., working in landscaping industry, based on the south side. I was born and raised in Bronzeville. I built my family, my business, and my life in this city. And I'm here to speak on why the 78 is more than just another development. It is a once in a generation opportunity. When you look at global projects like Hudson Yards in New York or King's Cross in London, you see how investments of this scale transform cities, bringing jobs, increasing tourism and technology that sparks entire new economies. The same, if not greater, potential for Chicago. This project will create hundreds of immediate jobs and thousands of more jobs across construction, hospitality, technology, and retail. For small businesses like ours, it means contracts, capacity growth, and a chance to put more people to work, especially those left behind, like I once was. For decades, the vacant retail yard along the river has been an eyesore. Let's be real. Untapped land with untapped potential. The 78 transforms it into a city within a city, reconnecting Chinatown, Pilsen, and Bronzeville, where I was born and raised, extending the Riverwalk and anchoring innovation with the Discovery Partners Institute and the latest technologies, smart infrastructure, green design, advanced transit, and sustainable building systems. Now, Chicago has a chance to get the standard for the 21st century development. But it's not just about but it's more than about buildings and roads. It's about reshaping cultural divides, strengthening economic mobility, and showing the world what Chicago can do when we rise to the cause. I too am a mentor in a mentorship program at Related Midwest. And I can honestly say that they are the architects of opportunity for small businesses like myself. I made some mistakes growing up, and we are living in a different climate. As things are constantly changing, Related Midwest is adjusting the temperature and opening doors for small businesses like mine. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Carrasco. I'm gonna keep it short. There's much being said. I'm here in representation of CS Architectural Woodworking. We are a minority and a veteran-owned firm. I'm here to support this development, not because I'm not hearing some concerns that the community may have, but because I can testify how Related is really proactive in providing opportunity to minority business as ours. And also, I see if you do have some financial or difficulties in a community, then you need something like this that really brings opportunity for people to grow and to grow in the right way. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioners and members today. I am Marge Halperin. I'm a co-organizer of One Community Near South. We are a grassroots organization of residents in the broader community here, basically from Jackson to Chinatown, from the lake out west to the river. We encompass 4 wards, 3, 4, 34, and 11. We are excited by the potential for the Chicago Fire Stadium and other elements of the 78 proposal to really invigorate development for our community and the city. So I want to be clear, we want this development to be successful. The last thing any of us want is for this project to turn out to be a frustration for Chicago Fire fans, for others using the amenities 78, or for the broader community. The best way to avoid or minimize any negative outcome is to take the time now to thoughtfully plan logistics with great care for the highly anticipated stadium opening, but also for the additional and future uses for the rest of the site. This will help realize the vision that we all share for the new neighborhood promised by Related Midwest. I have heard comments, your staff recommending, saying the traffic plans are adequate to protect pedestrians and traffic along the area. Along with so many today, we disagree. We do not think these are adequate. And we ask that approval not be granted until several critical details are resolved and properly questions answered. These relate primarily to the traffic planning for all modes of transportation in and out of the development, but also to long-term planning for the property. Relating to access for pedestrians and vehicles from the east, site traffic from the east will primarily be directed via 18th Street, but we don't think this is adequate, especially when you consider the volume from Lakeshore Drive and I-55. These routes were basically out of the bounds of the traffic study, though they were mentioned in the presentation today. We would also like to understand the specific plan for the access bridge over the Metro tracks at 13th Street. We agree with others that those tracks just need to be moved. And we are sorry that that isn't part of the current plan, but Metro does have air rights over the track. So it's not clear how this bridge will be engineered. And there does not need to be vehicular access at 13th. It also is needed at 15th, 16th. For the best access now, but also the long run, we advocate for the original plan, which called for moving the Metro tracks along Clark. This would make it more pedestrian and cyclist friendly. We'd also like more detail on plans to manage pedestrian flow from the Roosevelt train station to the 78. This route is already congested. Someone suggested you walk Clark Street, you could walk Roosevelt too to understand what we do every day. You've got light poles impinging on the sidewalk, the bus stops are crowded at State Street, which is a good thing. But we would like clarity on plans for shuttle operations and alternatives for those who can't walk from there. Regarding long-term planning, while the Chicago Fire feels an urgency to complete their portion of the development to start the 2028 season, this is only 1/3 of the property. And we want to ensure the infrastructure plan will be adequate for the future developments within 78 without unnecessarily ballooning our infrastructure costs that taxpayers will pay in the future. Will these plans provide enough access for future neighborhood residents anticipated for the 78, as well as others using the amenities aside from game day at the fire? For example, what plans are in the work for pedestrian access for the people who live and work there? We would like to see more detailed planning, coordinating with major events in Grant Park, using the campus, Northern Island Wind Trust, and the greater region. We think with more residents coming, there is a concern about the lack of a high school for the community. Conversations are continuing regarding the potential for this on the 78. That adds impetus and more importance to the logistic questions. In closing, I appreciate the willingness of Related and Chicago Fire to work with us, and specifically Alderman Dowell as well. We've seen some improvements along the way in response to our questions, and we look forward to continued cooperation before this is finally approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone in attendance. My name is Maria Barada, and I'm the owner of Arts and Materials, the full service building materials supplier here in Chicago. We are proud to be a minority business enterprise and a women business enterprise dedicated to providing high quality construction materials while also building pathways of opportunity for diverse businesses like ours. As a small business owner, I know firsthand how critical projects like the Chicago Fire Stadium are not only for our city's development, but also for the opportunity they create for local businesses, workers, and communities. These projects bring together people, jobs, and invest in ways that ripple far beyond the construction site. As a former CPS teacher, I know firsthand the importance of sports in the lives of children. Sports teach teamwork, discipline, and resilience skills that shape them far beyond the field. For that reason, I sincerely thank the Chicago Fire for investing in our children and providing opportunities that will impact the next generation. I also want to recognize and commend Related Midwest and the Chicago Fire for their commitment to inclusion. From my experience, they have been intentional about ensuring minority and women-owned businesses have a seat at the table and a role in this transformative development. Their leadership in this area has made a real difference. When companies like Related Midwest and Fire open doors to MBE and WBE firms, it doesn't just benefit individual businesses. It strengthens families, neighborhoods, and the broader Chicago economy. It's proved that development can be both ambitious and equitable. That's why I strongly support this project, and I'm excited about the opportunities it represents, not only for arts and materials, but for many other diverse businesses across our city. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to shaping a Chicago that grows inclusively and equitably.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chicago Planning Commission. My name is Jose Suarez. I'm here serving today as a board member of Chicago Mules and Construction. We're a Latino advocacy group. We were built just for specific projects such as these. I represent a lot of the contractors for their insurance and bonding. I work with Related Midwest. I've seen the work that we've done to elevate communities, companies, individuals such as this. I'm also a Chicago lifelong resident. I was born in the Home Park community. We just recently created, from my role in the foundation board, the Humboldt Park Health Wellness Center that has revitalized the neighborhood, which is bringing a lot of new life and vitality. We like to see this with the Chicago Fire. I want to say thank you to Joe Mansueto and the Chicago Fire team, somebody that's coming in with their own money, who believes in the city, who believes in the community. I'm also Mexican, so soccer is in my blood. Number one sport. You know, Mexicans love their soccer. They love the Fire. You give back a lot. So from advocating for my clients, from being a Chicagoland resident, from knowing what the Mexican community, what soccer means to them, in spite of all that's going on in this environment, to punish those that are in situations that are beyond their control. The Chicago Fire brings hope, it brings life, and it brings another opportunity to not think about the seriousness of what's going on and to support and give back. So I want to say that I support this, fully approve this proposed 1434 development. And then I also like to say 2 days ago, we celebrated Mexican Independence Day, where Mexico can celebrate, become free. I followed the Chicago Fire. It's moved stadiums 4 different times. It's never left the city. It's invested here. And I want to say, I'm here and I urge you, Commission, to help the Chicago Fire celebrate their own Independence Day when they're able to open up.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Olivia Lopez Guaracha. I'm here on behalf of LB Hall Fire Crew Team, a certified woman and minority-owned business, deep rooted in Chicago's construction industry. We're also proud board members of Chicago Mules and Construction, working to advance equity and opportunity across our field. We strongly support the proposed Chicago Fire Stadium at the 78. This project is more than a venue, chance to showcase Chicago's strengths, diversity, and vision for the future. We applaud Joe Mansueto and the Chicago Fire team for their leadership and Related Midwest for their thoughtful development approach. Investments in infrastructure, pedestrian access, and riverfront connectivity show true respect for the city's fabric and future. As a small business, we know the impact when minority and women-owned firms are given real opportunities. We encourage Chicago Fire to prioritize diverse participation throughout construction and operations. This project can set a new model for inclusive economic growth. Chicago Unidos stands ready to support outreach, workforce development, and supplier engagement. We urge the commission to approve this proposal and bring the vision to life. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Wales. I'm the president of the South Loop Neighbors. We're the oldest and largest neighborhood association in the South Loop. And I'm here to speak in support of the proposed development by Related Midwest at the location known as the 78. The South Loop Neighbors conducted a detailed survey to elicit feedback from residents of the South Loop. The survey was completed by 655 residents. And the results showed strong support for the proposed development. The survey also showed that the majority of the survey respondents had concerns about transportation issues. There were three major things. Traffic congestion during events, need to improve public transportation, and better pedestrian connectivity to the neighborhoods, nearby neighborhoods. After the survey was completed, the South Loop Neighborhood Board of Directors met with Related Midwest, met representatives of the Chicago Fire and Alder Dow. And we went over the results of the survey, had a discussion. After reviewing the results, meeting with Related Midwest Chicago Fire, and gathering additional information, South Loop Neighbors Board of Directors support the proposed development with the caveat that the three significant concerns of the majority of the survey respondents be considered and the proposal modified to the extent possible to address or minimize the stated concerns. South Loop Neighbors Board of Directors believe that at this time, this development should have a major positive impact to the South Loop. It should create an environment that will serve as a catalyst for positive business development, not only in the 78, but throughout the South Loop. Thank you.
You have the last one. Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone in attendance. As a football fan, I'm a football, not soccer. Passion of the fan of development.
I can see your name.
I'm sorry, I'm good. And the city of Chicago resident, not even more excited about this project. My name is Juan Calabrano, and I am honored to serve as executive director of Chicago Real Estate Construction, an organization dedicated to advancing equity, opportunity, and inclusive growth across our city's construction sector. I'm here today to express our strong support for the proposed Chicago Fire Football Club Stadium in the 78. The project is more than a sports venue, it's a bold investment into Chicago's future. It offers the chance to activate long vacant land, generate thousands of jobs, and create a space that reflects the energy, diversity, pride of our communities. First, I want to recognize and congratulate Joe Mansuero and the entire Chicago Fire Football Club organization. Their vision for a world-class stadium in the heart of our city is matched by a deep commitment to community, culture, and civic engagement. Mr. Mansuero's investment is not only financial, it's personal, generational, and rooted in the belief that Chicago deserves a stadium that reflects its global flair. We also want to commend Related Midwest for the leadership in anchoring the $750 million stadium within the transformative 62-acre development. Their commitment to honoring Chicago's industrial heritage through thoughtful design and infrastructure investment sets a high standard for urban development. Integration of public infrastructure, improvements, pedestrian access, and riverfront connectivity aligns with our shared goal for sustainable and inclusive growth. Additionally, we respectfully request that Chicago Fire FC prioritize meaningful participation from small minority-owned firms throughout both the design, construction, and long-term operations of the stadium. This is an opportunity to build not just a world-class venue, but a model for inclusive economic development, where the diversity of our cities reflected not only the fans who fill the seats, but in the hands that build it and the business that sustain it. Chicago News and Construction stands ready to support outreach, workforce development, and supplier engagement efforts that make this vision real. As we do so with the strength of our member firms behind us, including Alera Group, All Construction Group, Basso,
Program Electric, Chicago Boys and Data, CS Architectural Woodworking, CSI 3000, Ibarra Group, iBuilders, Innovative AV Solutions, JLDC Construction, JP Architects, LV Hall, NCI Group, Reflection Window, Reyes Group, Roche Electric, Balance Electric, J&A Elite Construction, Vista Safety Consulting, Witras, and also JLC and Associated, and also our Unidos Press. Together, we urge the commission to approve this proposal and help bring this transformative project to life. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to build a more inclusive Chicago.
Thank you. That was a lot. I believe that was our last speaker. I know everyone has a lot of comments to make and questions to ask, so I'll turn it over to the commissioners to start off with the conversation. Anyone?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not
Get
sure.
started.
Okay. I want to say a couple things broadly and then speak about the project. Number one, I'm really glad to hear from so many of the contractors and subcontractors that have worked with Related in the past. It gives me confidence that when you make these commitments related to the executive order from 2017, you mean it. We've only had two fulfill all three of their goals in the last 8 years. Looks like you're going to be the third. I'm very grateful for that. I have to say though, to have your contractors and your team in the room and have the public and particularly most folks who have dissenting opinions in the hall, I don't think it gives the impression of this body that we want. And so thinking in the future about how to create that balance, how to create, we're going to be up in this room again. I know what budget season is going to look like. Figuring out how we create adequate space for the public is important to me. Another thing that is not directly related to the project, but I feel compelled to say it. This is towards public commenters. If you're listening, freedom of speech is important. Anyone can say what they want. It does not help your case, at least for me, to invoke the name of our fallen colleague, Claudette Soto. I don't appreciate people saying what she would have done or what she wouldn't have done, how she would have voted in this room. She was many things, but she was always skeptical and challenging and asked good questions. And it made me angry to hear her memory used in that way. I had to say my piece on that. Okay. Things I really love about the project. I love the Chicago Fire's commitment to be in this city. They don't want to be the Arlington Heights Fire. They don't want to be the Cicero Fire. They want to be the Chicago Fire. And that matters to me, and I applaud that, and I love that. I really appreciate the commitment to beautiful design of this stadium facility. I think it's a gorgeous building. I appreciate hearing from and listening to our folks on bird-friendly design, because that matters deeply for Chicago's present and for its future. I have one question that I think, a comment that I think is very actionable, so I want to voice it. In terms of the bike parking for this space, I'm not sure how many spaces that actually facilitates. I would think critically about the placement, because the placement that's closest to Roosevelt Road feels like there's going to be buildings there in the future. I would also say, cyclists, if you're parking your bike at a place next to the river and Roosevelt, that bike's going to get stolen. Figuring out how to have more publicly visible, potentially indoor bike space, if we really want people to bike to this space, I think is important. So I wanted to put that out there. I wanted to ask, what is the lifespan, the life cycle of phase one of this development? Because it seems like there's aspects of the development in the future that require the redevelopment of spaces in phase one. That's my first formal one.
Sure. So as far as the bike parking, there's 288 spaces, and these are secured bike parking lots. and the north lot and 90 in the south lot. And then 2 divvy stations proposed with phase 1. I'll speak for Kurt. We hope that we start construction of the stadium and just keep construction going, and all future phases will come back for site plan approval. So to the extent that what you're seeing on the phase 1 development shifts as construction continues, again, we're hoping that we're back before you next month with phase 2. But the PD is set up such that we will be updating the traffic study at that time, kind of going through the process we just went through very collaboratively with DPD and CDOT, as well as buildings, stormwater, MOPD, fire, eventually DOH for housing when the residential phases come online, and then coming back before the plan commission. But Kurt, anything to add? We're hoping we just get started, shovels in the ground, and they never come out.
All of you know as well. I mean, we're gonna build as fast as we can. It's market dependent, right? So we can only build the buildings there as quickly as investors want to be in Chicago, and we can get commensurate, rents to make the project work. We'll work with everybody to try to, and every kind of entity to try to find ways to build faster. Whether it's working with IDA and doing more affordable housing, or working with the fire and trying to build more kind of retail and entertainment around the project. We want to go as fast as we can. We want to create the greatest environment we can for day one. Like we did at Lathrop with working with X and having a great coffee shop there. We want to create a great environment. It is what we spend all our time thinking about. We have engaged some of the best kind of planners in the world to take a look at how we do that effectively. So you can rest assured it is absolutely top of mind. And if you don't think we're doing that, we're fiscally motivated to do that, right? So then we're really doing it. And I think that is all we really want to do is one, create a really great environment. If we do that correctly, then people want to live there, and then we can build more and as we go forward. So first thing we think about in the morning.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna ask. Been a long day. I'm gonna ask 2 questions related to how infrastructure and open space has shifted from the original PD to now. I'm gonna make 1 comment on transportation, and then I will surrender the floor. On infrastructure, was brought up by the public commenters. It's been brought up to me. There's substantial changes from what was previously proposed in 2018. I was not serving in 2018 and 2019. I'm just here now. But in terms of, at the time, there was significant commitments made towards infrastructure. People referenced the metro track realignment. People referenced the red line station that was proposed here. I'm curious why that has changed. I heard comment made, well, the retaining wall is there, but the retaining wall was there 6 years ago as well. Can people talk about that shift in public transit infrastructure?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's the market again. I mean, it was a different world than it was back then. We made plans. So what they were drawings on paper. This is what we want to do. We worked on those throughout that, the 6-year, period to try to get those things to work. It's either a fiscal reality and or a reality of working with entities outside of this room. I went Metro and moving the Metro tracks. Those things are not going to happen. So it is in a kind of a different reality for us as far as being able to build a red line stop that we estimated was going to be in the $400 million range. I think it'd be closer to $1 billion today. There's just not the dollars to do that. Now, if we can find those somewhere, I think it would be nice to have. I think the transportation that we have at the site today is enormous, right? We have 3 red line stops, right? A block away. And so while those were plans that we made, they were not able to be executed on. Again, for various reasons, whether they were fiscally out of bounds and or we were able to get to agreements with other entities.
Can you speak as to either on the record now, or if somebody wants to give me a call later, why Metro was opposed to the track realignment?
Sure, I'll talk to you about that all day offline.
Okay,
But I would just add, we have been coordinating with Metro. We work very closely with CETA and Metro on 13th Street that we're proposing. We also have language in the PD that to continue to collaborate with CDOT to improve Clark Street and kind of tie into some of their long-term grander plans for improvements to Clark Street. And then the PD statements still reflect that CT, if should it come to fruition, like Kurt said, if it were to work out, we've also been continuing to coordinate with CTA. They've been involved in this process from inception, going back 8 years, but also most recently. And we still have that as a use listed as a permitted use within the PD if it were to come to fruition. So nothing we're doing today would prevent any of those long-term improvements that you've identified.
I also wanted to amplify and ask some of the questions that were raised by Friends of the Chicago River, but also other groups, talking about, like, again, the evolution or the change in how open space was originally presented to what we see now. I'm particularly, like, I'm curious and I might say concerned about how the river edge setup has changed in terms of previous proposals. There would have been a broader natural setback, more wetland spaces to the preservation and continuation of the river wall there. I think we see other spaces where we're really rewilding the river, so to speak. And what I feel like we're seeing here is a permanent urbanization of that river space. I'm wondering if somebody can speak to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. I think there's a few things to note here. One, there is a different strategy as we look at open space and green space across the site. It is the same quantity of open and green space that we committed to earlier, but it's deployed differently. And that has a lot to do with the fire as the anchor. And as we've worked with our design teams, and you talk about a stadium that wants to exist in a neighborhood, we need to be very cognizant of right-sizing these public spaces. So instead of having one large open space, we've broken that into distinct areas that have specific sizes that relate to certain populations that they'll inhabit that as you like leave a game or come to a game, but also make sure there are spaces to discover and accommodate smaller groups. Because what we're learning, as Kurt mentioned, we've been working on this for 8 years. We learned a lot about how to deploy open space. And one of the things that's very important is right sizing that space. So what we believe we have today is a strategy for open space that is more responsive to the soccer stadium as an anchor, and we will believe will be more successful, not only as we use it for the fire games, but will make those activating spaces on non-game days as well, which we think is important for the long term of this project. In relationship to the riverfront, and I think those are all very good questions, and we believe the riverfront is one of the great assets of the site. We have a half mile of riverfront. In the previous plan, you saw a 100-foot setback over the entire length of that half mile. The strategy that you're looking at today is a more varied proposal. As I've mentioned, we've developed a couple of different sort of sections through that, which will allow us to have soft edges of the riverfront, built edges of the riverfront. So you'll see the edge of the riverfront is west of the site. It's built to a certain level to accept the water tax stuff. But what we imagine with the strategy we have today, which is different than the images you saw earlier, the 100-foot setback is consistent along the whole half mile. Now we have a plan where we can vary that in accordance with those districts. We think that makes it a more dynamic riverfront. It allows us to institute natural edges across that river's edge. What you see today is some of this is interim riverfront development as part of the phase 1. Right? We will have other building sites along the whole riverfront. So some of this will be replaced again in future phases of development with the riverfront. We'll come back with site plan approval to show the final condition.
I hear you, and I do understand.
And the varied sections are in the PD.
I understand the perspective. I guess my overarching concern, maybe others will bring it up, is making the ecology fit the stadium rather than the stadium fit the ecology, like the reference to river edges, there's, even in the word choice there speaks something to me. I wanna move on, I just wanted to ask.
Commissioner Estrada, before you continue, I just want to say that I got a message about addressing your comment about Claudette Soto. Just, I want to give 2 minutes to Bobby Barra, because I know there's a personal relationship to Claudette, and just for him to respond to you.
Alderman Espada, my name is Bobby Ibarra, and I appreciate you stepping up in defense of our friend. But Gladys' husband Renee Soil wrote this speech for me to present.
Okay.
So it was.
I didn't have that context.
Oh, yeah. No, it's fine, but I appreciate you coming to her defense like that. That's very good for.
It feels very.
Fine for us.
Her loss feels very soon.
Yes.
And close.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you sharing that context. Thank you, sir. Last comment from me related to transportation. I can see within the bounds of the PD how pedestrian, cycling, how you will move through this space once you get to the space. My concern is in the getting to the space, and I don't speak to this from a perspective of like ignorance. Love the Roosevelt collection, love Nando's, love the movie theater there, love the Fleet Feet. I often, if I'm training for like a longer race, running wise, Roosevelt, great route to take yourself back down to the river. Those are like bad. They are like terrifying choices. I will say, like as a runner and a cyclist, Roosevelt is terrifying. And I, particularly as a cyclist, like I would never encourage anyone to ride their bike on Roosevelt in its current condition. I think LaSalle and Roosevelt is a terrifying infrastructure, and I'm not being hyperbolic with that word choice. I'm curious, like what infrastructure improvements we are proposing for the getting to this location, because I didn't hear it, and I did see that traffic counts related to the Saturday game days. I would suspect, and somebody can confirm this, we're not just gonna have this stadium just for football games. Like this is gonna be a venue for other kind of cultural activities, unless I'm misreading intentions here. Does Kayla want to speak to that?
Yeah, for sure. I understand your concern about the Saturday condition. From a from football, soccer game standpoint, the majority of the games are played Saturday night. But we recognize there may be other matches that would be played on weekdays and other events that may take place on weekdays. And at the request of CDOT, we also examined the weekday conditions. So while the focus was on Saturday, we also looked at the what happens on event days on weekday conditions. And again, those happen at 7:30 p.m. So that's when the traffic in the area has subsided. So there is added capacity to the system as a result of that. But we have looked at it in both the weekday condition as well as Saturday. But majority of the matches are scheduled on Saturdays.
We have, as far as offsite improvements, in addition to the on-site streets and roads that you've seen that are being constructed, we have 11 intersections listed in the PD statements that we work very closely with CDOT to identify for improvements, including some that quite frankly need improvements today that we will be improving and upgrading as part of phase 1.
Like to jump in too. First, Craig Turner, Acting Commissioner of CDOT. When we first started with this here project, traffic study was the most important thing for us. How we're gonna move people through the sites, vehicle, no matter what mode of transportation, walking, scooters, bikes, car shares, and everything. So the major part was defining what the existing conditions were. I mean, our team put them through the ringer to identify every possible scenario before we start building our traffic mitigation plan, before you start building the traffic mitigation plans. So, I mean, as far as like the bikes, I mean, we have complete street elements that are worked into this plan where on the site, the bike lanes are separate from the roadway. They're off on the side.
When you're within the PD.
But also, there are improvements on Roosevelt also, where we do have bike lanes and also, other options, bus lanes too, that are incorporated into that for safety reasons. So a lot of work went into this here along with my team, and I personally was involved in a lot of these here discussions, bringing all the stakeholders to the table, so make sure everybody's voice is heard. I'm an engineer myself. I had questions for them and I challenged them too, along with my team. So therefore, we work together to make sure we come up with the best situation and solutions to mitigate traffic on a parcel of land that has not been used in over 50 years. So we know there's going to be impacts, but we work with them to mitigate the impacts, and we have a list and to implement more things as we go along. This is a multi-phase project, so therefore, when new developments come along, they have to come back with another traffic study, and we will put them through the ringer again.
So here's what I would say. I hope between now and the zoning committee, when this comes up, you can forward to me what the external infrastructure improvements that we're making are from that perspective. So I can understand what we're doing, not only to say that there's public transit and pedestrian and cycling access, but how you will get there. I will say, if we were like a stadium design commission, this would be a no-brainer, because I love the stadium. But we're a plan commission, and from a planning perspective, I have continuing concerns, and that's what I'll say for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from the commissioners? And I don't believe I went on the record saying that we're in attendance, Commissioner Cicho Lopez. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And first, let me thank you to everybody who came and participated, provide feedback for this important project for the city. Appreciate how the woman Dowell mentioned about the importance of balancing investment in the city in a time like this, without neglecting or ignoring the concerns that I heard today. There was only 30 people signed up for public comment.
40.
So 40. So certainly there's something that Chicagoans care about. And I think it is important as commissioners that we take the time to evaluate and strike that balance. And I support Alderwoman Dowell to do that. And at the same time, in a time like this, I think it's important that we take some of the concerns and issues that we heard with the public to discuss them and make sure that we do justice to a project that I think, again, could be beneficial to the community. And when we talk to the community must be part of that. Heard from the concerns that Alderman Espada mentioned, the Friends of the River, and some concerns around the guidelines of development around the river. I think for BPNC, MPC, the Pinton Park Advisory Council that is right next to the development, CBCAC, and many other neighbors that have shared some concerns. The issues of engagement, I think, that are important to address. I think to me is very clear that a 3-month period, but for the size of such development, it is a very short period of time, depending on how people feel about this. I had the opportunity to oversee such a big development. The 78 was in the 25th ward in the previous cycle, and I am extremely concerned about rushing things without thinking it through. I am extremely still a little concerned about, for instance, what happened with quantum. Things moved, and the studies about the impact on environmental issues came later. That's what I'm hearing this very same body, to make sure that we discuss around the engagement process, so the community that lives nearby actually is getting their answers on the questions that they are sharing with us. Concerns of traffic, public transportation, benefits, river friendliness when it comes to coexisting with development. Those are fundamental questions. And I'm hearing good faith. I'm always being of the opinion that things sounds great, but they're even better when they're in writing. So I think that it's very important for us to answer those questions. So the two things that I have, and I have a few questions. One is around what was the community engagement process, specifically with the communities that have expressed concern. I have asked time. I haven't heard anybody who said that they do not want to see this move forward. But I did hear from reputable organizations that have the best interests of the city of Chicago and their neighbors on the importance of us taking our time. So I want to know kind of what has been the engagement. Some of them talk about benefits to the community. Has there been any big conversations about those possibilities, what they have been? And then finally, is there an opportunity for us to engage with them directly with them? And we used to have a community advisory council because of, there's so much we can do as aldermen. It's important to get feedback. And I heard even feedback from neighbors who don't even know. I think there was a service that people, that some people in the audience mentioned about most people won't even know what this project is about. So that's what I think is important. I think first and foremost that we talk to these residents, and I want to hear directly from the developer. This is the opportunity on the engagement, and there's a possibility to address that directly with them, because I feel it is important that we do justice by the neighbors who live in the area and have come in here and ask those questions. So I want to reiterate those questions back again.
Right, I'm gonna answer for the developers on community engagement because this is the project that I helped lead, okay? So yes, 3 months is a short period of time, but I will say that this has been one of the most productive, collaborative efforts in those 3 months. We've had over 9 community meetings. They're listed up there on the screen. We have addressed many of the concerns that people brought up related to the number of events, fireworks, access from the southern part of the site, people wanting to have traffic control aids at particular locations that protect the community. There was a lot of conversation when we met with the residents of Chinatown about wanting to make sure that there was some attention paid to the affordable housing concerns that that community had. So we embedded in the PD paperwork, however you want to put it, that any off-site affordable housing that would be considered by the development team would be focused on Chinatown and Bronzeville. So that's written in the paperwork. There were concerns raised, for example, in Chinatown about the businesses wanting to have access to the parking garage on days when there's no soccer stadium, so that they could create shuttles and take their patrons from the garage into Chinatown so that more business activity would happen. They agreed to that. There were limits put on the events, the number of events per year that people were concerned about. The fire graciously agreed to cap their events at 45 events per year. The firework minimization, they've agreed to only do 5 firework displays a year. They have committed to working with Haynes Elementary, National Teachers Academy, Southwood Elementary School, all schools that are servicing the communities nearby. The pedestrian access that a couple of people talked about that are at the south end, they've agreed to work with, that can't be solved today. So they've agreed that they're going to work with CDOT and the development team and the planning department to figure out the proper engineering. Some people want it to be a bridge, others want it to go underground. We don't know what all the engineering puts and takes are gonna be, but we're committed and they're committed, and it's in the PD to continue to look at that question. Residents were concerned about not wanting a second stadium there. So we were able to put in language that ensures that only one stadium can be constructed on the site without coming back to this body and to the community. So I believe that we have addressed many of the concerns, and that's not to say we've answered every single question, but engagement doesn't end today. Engagement will continue. And there are more phases to this development that will require a second look by this body, by the city council, and by members of my community. So, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and yes, and I think that you alluded to my second question,
I would
which
just
was.
say one other thing. I mean, I heard some people talk about, well, they didn't know. Look, we had radio stations, television stations, print media come to our meetings. We had an organization in the South Loop Neighbors that did an amazing survey in a really short period of time that really got us thinking about some of the concerns that residents had. We have, I mean, my office has looked at over 122 emails from residents wanting to have questions answered or wanting more information or wanting access to the meetings that are on the website, on YouTube. So he's just giving me the specific numbers. But yes, we have blanketed the community to get information, and to have someone come in here who's written me about another project that they're concerned about, to say that they've never had access to this, when they could pick up a phone or email me on something, is disingenuous. And so I don't, I have to throw that aside, but to say that most people in my community have been given adequate information.
Thank you, Chairwoman, I appreciate that, and I think what I said, and I support your leadership again in conducting this process. I think it's in the best interest of the city to do right by the city. And the history of it, I think that I understand some of the concerns from some of the constituents that used to be some of my former constituents. In terms of, I can attest some of the issues sometimes where there's no coordination around, for instance, the Pington Park district, right? There's a the Wells connector and many other things that could impact the operation. So I do think that I understand what it comes from. I think the opportunity to engage and continue to engage when issues like that arise.
Let me say one other thing, Alderman, the connection between Pington Park and this site was a specific issue that was raised in community meetings and discussed. So there's nothing that I think this team has not addressed. And while they may not be able to answer some of these questions in 100% real time today, there is a willingness and a commitment from them to do so.
Thank you. Then I would just, I don't want to add to it, but just in terms of why I think some of the constituents are coming here, because there's a history here in the development. And again, and to the best of our intentions and the best of our wishes, sometimes those things don't pan out. We've seen how the development side has gone through different cycles, promises that were made, promises that could not be kept for different reasons. I'm not pointing fingers, neither say that this should be the focus of this conversation, but I said that I understand the concern coming when plans change. Remember, there was an investment of the city of Chicago of over $1 billion, precisely so that we can serve the neighbors in that area with infrastructure. So I'm glad that you talk about the traffic studies, the thing that we can do to make sure that the quality of life of our neighbors is not affected in a negative way. I agree. But I just add so that you can respond, Chairwoman. So what I'm talking about here is, as there have been things that have changed over time. Remember, we used to have in this side the DPI, the Discovery Planning Institute. There was an investment by the University of Illinois system, right? I oversee some of that. And because of my experience, I caution us to make sure that we are actually putting enough of those safeguards so when things don't pan out, we don't go back to reset everything again. That's what I'm trying to say. If there's an investment of $1 billion here, and there are people saying, look, I want to continue with engagement, I do think they have a right to continue being that engagement. I think they have a right to continue to ask those questions. I think what I like to see is what is the mechanism? And again, this is not to criticize. I know that you have a short window of time, and you have a good person next to you giving you the numbers, so I have no doubt that you are, and I know you are very, very close, and you pay attention to every detail, Chairwoman, so let me clarify that.
What I'm saying is that things happen outside of our control. And I do want to make sure that in this opportunity, we have a development that moves forward. And what I'm hearing here is constituents that feel that some of those issues have not been addressed just yet. And I do think that there has to be a mechanism. We talk about, I give another example, why it's so important to do that. In the previous iteration, when I came to last time, before I was alderman in planning commission, I came here to talk about the red line. I had the red line could impact the development at the time. And I'm grateful that at the time, the development team was able to give us extra time so that we can discuss. And there was another time, an extra time to address those issues because public transportation is a key part of such a development. If you talk about a stadium, if you talk about housing, 10,000 units, I do think that it's important that we talk about those things and that we are cautious about anything that could come. That's what I'm hearing, Chairman now. I'm hearing people who want to say, how do we continue engaging in this process that can address some of the issues? Like I said, you already talked about those specific issues have been addressed. How these community members can continue engaging to make sure that the feedback is penned out in these multiple opportunities to do so.
Yeah, I just want to say that as elected leaders, you, me, and Alderman Espada and Alderman Lee, we have to be able to balance the needs of our community with the needs of the city. And when you have someone come forward that, when you have a piece of land as beautiful as it is, there's a reason that it's been sitting vacant for 50 years.
Yeah.
And when you have somebody come forward that can, without public assistance, help this land be a catalyst for something that is going to be better for Chicago, you have to balance that investment from Mr. Mansueto on property that is privately owned with the need to develop a neighborhood that addresses the issues that are raised by the community. I'm not blind to that. That Roosevelt Station stinks. It's terrible. And so I'm working with the commissioner to try to make improvements there that not only benefit them, but benefit the people who I represent. And I think Alderman Lee is the same way. Alderman Lee has a CTA station that she thinks stinks. And she wants improvements, and those improvements will not only benefit them, but they're gonna benefit her constituents as well. And so I have to think that way. And so this project to me is a balance between what's good for the city and the community and the things that we have to work on to make it a perfect fit. And that's what I'm committed to do.
Yeah, I just my final comment, and I appreciate it, Chairwoman Dawa. I think this is a really important and good conversation. And I think as we understand and see, there's a $650 million investment by Mr. Mansueto. I understand that there's private investment and is needed. And also doesn't go without notice that also the city of Chicago has fronted over $1 billion as well in this project. So I think that we are both interested on the success of this project. We all have invested quite a bit of funding here. And I think what the residents are saying, what I'm hearing, is there has to be a way for them to be able to get their feedback, just as Mr. Mansueto, I'm sure, wants to have his vision materialize. I'm sure some of the neighbors around it also would like to see that cohesion being fair. It is really clear that it's very difficult for them, I can hear, right, to believe that there's a balance here, you know, in terms of what gets to be penned out. So that's what my ask is. My only ask is like, at least, you know, it seems like this is moving very fast to me, as we all agree. And I do think there has to be a mechanism for the residents to be able to continue to see this moving along, by them feeling the way to participate, right? So in terms of the 11th ward, the 3rd ward, and anybody impacted, I do think that that's what I heard. I think to me, if it's moving fast and the residents feel that there has to be a mechanism, I hope that we can create as elected officials that venue. Again, to me, the Community Advisory Council did a great job overseeing that. Some of the members were part of that. You know, Debbie was one of the members. So I just want to encourage us to think through that, because community engagement is not secondary. To me, it's fundamental to be able to strike the balance. And that's what we might ask is if we can figure out a way to engage these neighbors, to make sure that they have a seat at the table, I think that will be my only concern, that this is moving quick. And if that's what is moving quick, I think in my experience have been very productive for me to also have not only development teams and the city on the table, but also neighbors who live around that can give us some feedback. That will be my only thing that I feel it is important, that I'm feeling a little bit concerned about, that I'm hearing that they don't see a way to participate actively to get minimum feedback that perhaps can change the plans. That's what I like to say and my concern about.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boatright?
Yeah, just a couple things I want to correct for the record. There's no billion-dollar investment on the city's part for this, and so I just want to make sure all the commission.
What was it? It's kind of sorry. Wasn't that TIF amendment? There was not like there was a TIF investment.
We're in very early conversations regarding TIF. This is a totally different plan, and I think a couple comments that I will speak to may give a little kind of highlight or indication on where we are there.
Wait. So this is very important thing. So okay. So that bit. So that.
Give me just 2 seconds.
Yes, because I do want to have a clear answer on that, because there was a commitment by the city council before, and I want to see the whole picture of this.
This is a very different plan, and that's really what I want to highlight. The initial plan that was proposed looks different than what we're seeing today. And so as we talk about reimagining sites and right sizing sites, this is an example of just that. When you reimagine what a site is, you're going to reimagine some of the infrastructure dollars that have to go to that. Now, while this is plan commission and our purview is simply the scale, phasing, et cetera, our purview is not tips just yet. I will say for the record, we are in very early conversations with the development team in terms of overall infrastructure ask and what that looks like. Where it's not at all to the tune of $1 billion. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear on what the ask is and what the ask isn't. The reason that I wanted to take a second just to highlight the change in this development is because I think it's an important one. We see a lot of mega sites, and we've seen mega sites that have sat vacant for a very long time. Part of it is because of the pandemic, part of it is because of economic challenges, high interest rates, constrained capital markets, if you will. This is a perfect example of how we work closely with the community. And I just want to underscore Alderwoman Dow's point about the level of authentic engagement. I want to make sure that in a spirit of transparency and fairness, we're not muting the voices in the room that spoke in support of this project. Because yes, there were community residents that have issues and we want to respect their issues. I also want to be really respectful of the residents that have supported this project and was very vocal because their voices matter too. When we think about the changes, I think this is an example of how we take one of the city's largest, most underutilized development sites downtown and really think about thoughtful planning, thoughtful investment, and thoughtful partnerships, both from the community and our development team. This proposed PD amendment is an appropriate step forward that will benefit near South Side and beyond. We're talking about the entire city. This is just one phase of many phases to come. And so I want to make sure that as we commissioners review this, we're not thinking that this is the be all end all for the site. This is just the first phase of many phases. Will there be opportunities for continued engagement? Absolutely. We heard the alderman stress the importance of ongoing engagement. Engagement does not stop with this vote. The updated plan, I think this is important to note, I'm a planner. The updated plan aligns with the city strategy for mixed use downtown. So this is not just a proposal being plopped onto the 78 site that's not complementary to larger plans. And so I just wanted to kind of ground us in that when we talk about planning, when we talk about engagement, when we talk about the partnership, when we talk about the ongoing communication between our department and CDOT and Alderwoman Dow's department and the developer. This is not a plan that we put together in a couple of weeks and we brought before a plan commission. I think that's the work that the commission does. I think that's the work that the public does not see, but the public's voice remains at the table. Our partner's voice remains at the table as we think about mitigation for traffic and bike access, et cetera. These are not plans that are half-baked. And so I just want to remind the commission that as your planning commissioner, thoughtful in terms of engagement, we're thoughtful in terms of the planning, and we want to make sure that the 78 is not an island, but complements other development and investment across our city.
I do, and point of clarification. So, because in 2019, there was an allocation for TIF. So you're clarifying that that is going to be revised, right? Versus, so there will be there's no specific TIF allocation for this new reiteration of this project.
We're in very early conversations about TIF ask. And so yes, because the plan is revised, but ask is going to be revised.
Yeah. So in terms of because I know there's been work, I mean, one of the things that I was talking with some of the constituents is about, some of the issues have been addressed. Some others are still pending. Seems like something around the Clark and 15th the street access, among some of the issues that remain pending, that are you aware. So I think it would be good, I mean, doesn't have to be now, but, through the chair or however we can get that information. I am very interested about the evolution of the TIF ask and that how will be going forward, because that's been my main thing. If we have a big, and this is privately, owned, and then if we see the exposure that the city has, that changes some of the conversation. Nevertheless, I think, like I said, there are some real specific issues that continue to be pending, and that's what I think is worth for them to have a vehicle to continue to be engaged.
Yeah, I just want to remind us though that the TIP ask won't come before the plan commission.
Yeah, I know it's separate. Yeah, that's for us.
But I think it would inform, the next phases of the development, so anything that.
Essentially from a financing standpoint, but it's still not the purview of the plan commission. I want to make sure that the plan commission remains aware of what our purview is. Our purview is massing, it's the uses, it's the layout, it's the density, and it's the other features of the development. As we talk about TIP, CDC is where we will talk about TIP dollars. But I will say again, for the record and transparency, that we are in very early conversations regarding potential TIP ask. But I don't want to overpromise and say that a TIP conversation will come before a plan commission because it's not appropriate.
I know Commissioner Gadakian has a comment or a question.
Yes, I do. So this is first of all, great project. Let's just get that out of the way. Great project. I'm super excited for it. I'm not even a soccer fan. I think it's great. The city needs all of this. So I have an ask though. And this is not something that was probably brought up earlier, and it's because I think, and by earlier, I mean the many years that you've been working on this. And I think that the thinking on this point has been evolving over time, and it's a matter of sort of catching up to where we are perhaps. As a developer, and put myself in the category of developer with Related Midwest is maybe a little bit, of me, but nonetheless, I understand how slow this is, how difficult it is, and the myriad issues that you're dealing with. I'm hopeful though we can have a yes and here. And again, this is a request, obviously. It's a request, but around habitat and around our urban waterways, and protecting those urban waterways, and for not just for people, but also for the other things that need these spaces, the turtles, the fireflies, all those good things. And I think these can really enhance urban development. They don't have to take away from, the garden aspects and the sidewalks and this kind of thing. And my ask is that if you could engage with Friends of the River and others, and by the way, thank you for doing enhanced bird protection. I just think the thinking on this is evolving rapidly, and you are not responsible for species decline. But there is something that can be done even in urban environments, because we look at a map and we think outside of Chicago, it's like, it's not urban, no, it's farms, and that's not habitat either. So I think that, and these waterways are critical to migration, and to, again, all the species that come through and need these spaces. And I think even small amounts, and I'm not an environmental expert, but frankly, I've been reading up, of spaces can matter and really, really do matter. And that's my ask.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your always very thoughtful comments. So we will absolutely take another look at that. We heard it from Alderman Spada, and we want to do something great along the river. I think one of the great things being in Chicago in the last 15 years is seeing the evolution of the river, right? You always built buildings that put their behinds the river. Now we think that the river is really the greatest piece of this whole project. So helping to clean it up, helping with the environment, with the things and the turtles can climb up there and they can do that. We've looked into that, and I think we would love to do that. So yes, we'll take another very hard look at it.
Eric, can you talk about what you always say, which resonates with me, about the need to connect the riverfront?
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's something that we would ask from the city, it's that connecting the last piece. It's interesting, the river Riverwalk actually, once you get past CMK's land, there's a Riverwalk already in place. We just have, once we do this, when we connect to Pington Park, which is a critical piece, of beautiful park, and we wanna, always think about that. There's a last little piece that we need to make that connection. It's gotta be from the lake to Pington Park. Think about how incredible that will be for our city. There's actually, if we want to even get more aspirational, there's a rail line that is out to the lake from us as well. And it should be a loop, like if we really want to do something great. And we would love to partner on that. It takes a lot of people other than us, right? There's a lot of different pieces of land. But it's not that hard, right? It's one rail line you gotta talk to and you make a little path. And now you can do that loop and think about that, what that would mean for our city, for bike riding. And for running and for people walking and wanting to do that great loop and experiences in the city. So yes, we will. No caveats.
If I can be of any assistance, please let me know.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners?
Just a comment.
Yeah.
I think that it's been an interesting morning, kind of afternoon, but this is an amazing project. It's very hard to balance the needs of the people that love the birds, one of them, me, the river also, and I would love to see an opportunity to touch Ashland Avenue where the river is, because it continues to be completely neglected. So I don't know who's going to do that, but I will vote for that. So we have the birds, we have the river, we have the housing, we have economic development, we have employment. I was impressed to hear so many Latino workers in favor of this project, because I have to say, being a Latino woman, it's very difficult in these meetings to hear that. And I appreciate it, because I think that we all need a shout out, right? And yes, I love football. So, and I went to some of the games already, and I live few blocks away from the, what is the name? The Performance Center. And so I get to see firsthand how you guys have treated the space and how you welcome the community, right? Because I think that is very important. So I don't think that a project as big as this is going to make us all happy. I think it's impossible, and I think we need to recognize that. But where we are today, with the two private owners, the land and the money, coming to the city with this vision, I salute. Because I don't want to hear about the Bears. I don't want to hear about I mean, I am a Bears fan, and my daughter takes me to games. We're going to one in a couple of weeks. But the point is that this is totally different. And I think that we have to value that, and we have to promote that, because we need more private investment so we can develop, Kurt, looking at you, more affordable housing, right? Because that's what I'm here for. So it is a challenge. It's going to be hard to make everybody happy, but I will continue to challenge people to come up and say, oh, this is better than what you're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions for commissioners? If not, I know Alderwoman Lee would.
Thank you. If it's not out of order,
No, go right
I
ahead.
appreciate the opportunity. You heard from a lot of my residents today, and I would hate for you to think that they are the only voices in my community. I myself am a lifelong resident of Chinatown. I don't think any of the others were to establish that. I've seen a lot as a resident of Chinatown. Wintrust Arena was built not too far from Chinatown, and I don't think there was nearly the sort of issues that were raised. But I also want to tell you that I've worked together with Alderwoman Dow very closely and related, as well as the fire, since this conversation started. In fact, we arranged for a semi-private meeting with many leaders from some of the organizations that you saw here today. I have an open door policy, and I want to acknowledge that that the concerns that folks have are valid concerns. They're concerned enough that they spent time waiting in line this morning. They sat in another room. They took the day out before to come and share their concerns, and that their passion for the community. And for that, I absolutely applaud it. And you, Commissioner, I think your last comment resonated so much with me, is that it's impossible to satisfy everybody. But just echoing, the sentiments in the room, I think that this is an incredible, opportunity for the city of Chicago, with Mr. Mansueto, with related in the fire, what the fire trying to build in this city. In Chicago, not anywhere else. And it happens to be next door to the community that I grew up in, that I have the honor of representing. I want to assure my constituents, that while I am in office, and it's actually our jobs to ensure that harm is mitigated, right? So the issue around taxes and high rents and gentrification, I don't think that those are things that can just be laid on the feet of this development. There are much larger issues at play here, and many of which we as elected officials are tackling every day on the job. So I want my constituents to know that I hear the concerns. I'm not ignoring those. I welcome the conversations. In fact, I wish more of them would have come to talk to me before this. But I think that this is an evolving development. This is phase one. I don't think that there's any dispute that this is a good thing to move forward with. And I think the thing that I'm going to take away from this is that we're going to continue to listen. We're going to continue to make sure that, our partners hear us on the concerns, and that, as a city collectively, we're working to make sure that we're addressing the things that people are most concerned with. We know we have an affordable housing issue across this city, and there's no one silver bullet solution to this. But the opportunity to create, how many thousands of jobs was that? 10,000 jobs. Yeah, and then
How many affordable housing units in the near future?
yes,
As fast as we can, that.
well, and the jobs bring up, and thank you for acknowledging also all of the contractors that were here in support. I would love to see more Asian American participation in this. There was one thing missing, there was that, so I will bring voice to that. But I think that there's opportunity for many people to create wealth, to make it so that they can afford housing, whatever housing is available at the time. But if we don't have economic activity, we can have all the affordable housing we want, but if people aren't working, they're not gonna be able to afford anything. So that's really all I have to say. I want to say thank you to Alderwoman Dowell for all the work that she's done in the partnership. It has been very collaborative since day one on this. We work very well together. I think we all share the same goals for this city. So very much appreciate related with how long you've been working on this, and with the fire, and Mr. Mansueto for the investment in Chicago. Thank you.
Appreciate you all.
Thank you for that statement.
I want to say one.
Yes, you're right.
Before we go, I just wanted to express my gratitude to the following people. First, I want to thank Joe Mansueto, the owner of Chicago Fire, for his investment and for his embrace of Chicago. I think that's important to say. Dave, I want to say Baldwin, president of the fire, I want to thank him as well. Kurt Bailey of the Lake Midwest, thank you. We don't always see eye to eye, but I love that. Ira, thank you very much. I want to thank Commissioner Boatwright and Commissioner Turner. Their departments have been really, really helpful, and especially Noah, who's running around here somewhere. Murphy, the best song administrator in the city. Ultimately, I want to thank you for your collaboration and your partnership and your advice. Thank you. I want to thank Alderman Conway, Alderman Urban, and Alderman Robinson for keeping their constituents informed. Many of them send out emails and let people know about the upcoming meetings. But most importantly, I want to thank my constituents whose feedback has been vital in this process. This project we're voting on today is different than when it was first announced in June. And so I am thankful for their input. I want to say that this is especially exciting for the city of Chicago, and especially for the third ward. The transformation of this unused fallow vacant land is challenging, but it's yet very invigorating and it's very promising for the future of our city. And I'm eager to support this project and I'm requesting the support of the Plan Commission members today. Thank you.
So with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to plan development number 1434 submitted by Roosevelt Clark Partners LLC for the property generally located at 101 through 213 West Roosevelt Road, 1200 through 1558 South Park Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Do I have a second motion?
Second.
Commissioner Turner, thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowell.
Recuse, I have to
Recuse.
recuse myself.
Thank you. And Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cavaquia.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner La Espada. Stepped out. Okay. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. I have a recusal for Commissioner Pinedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Sicha Lopez.
Abstain.
Stay. Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman, can you confirm?
Yes.
Actually, and Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay. We're gonna go on a much needed break. Take 10 minutes and we'll go back to the room to finish the other items.
Yeah.
That was being facetious there.
Pittsfield. Oh. I was thinking that was 42, so we should be doing like a giant work zoning precinct. I don't know.
I know it's been a lot
You know, a lot of it was intentionally not paying attention. Yeah. Yes. Yes. That's actually what I'll awesome. It was like we didn't know this was going on. You know, there's this, you were intentionally putting your head. Yeah, I mean, we're going out. Yeah, no, it's supposed to, that's all I. Get to the bus. Want to run to the restroom? I was gonna try it. I would have kept an eye on it. It was just.
item today is listed as E2, a proposed Lake Michigan Chicago Labor Protection Ordinance application submitted by the applicant Minhas Lakhani for the property generally located at 7138 North Sheridan Road. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing gas station and construct a new gas station with 6 service pumps and a 3,476 square foot convenience store. The site was previously heard and approved at the zoning board of appeals and appears in front of the plan commission due to the location being within the private use zone of the Lakefront Protection District. This is item 796 and it's in the 49-4. James Winter will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is James Winter with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm joined by representatives of the project team for the 7138 North Sheridan Road Lakefront Protection Ordinance project. This application has been filed for review by the Chicago Plan Commission under the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance. The applicant appears here today because they're seeking to remove the existing gas station on the property, construct a new gas station with 6 service pumps, and a 3,476 square foot convenience store inclusive of a 1,540 square foot restaurant space for the property generally located at 7138 North Sheridan Road. The subject site is located within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Local Protection District. Therefore, proposed improvements of the site are regulated by section 16-4-150 of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and require approval from the Chicago Plan Commission. The subject site is located in the Rogers Park community area. According to the 2020 census, 54,388 residents live in the area, with 25,978 households that have a median household income of approximately $59,000. Median age in the area is 36.2 years old, and the population is approximately 48.5% white, 24.5% Hispanic Latino, 16% Black, and 7.6% Asian. Primary land uses in the area are residential, education, business, and commercial. Property is located in the southwest corner of North Sheridan Road and West Toohey Avenue, just west of and across the street from the public open space of Loyola Park. The site is well served with public transportation options, with the CTA's number 147 Sheridan Toohey bus line stops on the northeast property line and across the street on Sheridan Road, and the Jarvis stop for the red line approximately half a mile away. The site is located in the 49th Ward. Alderwoman Maria Hayden supports this project. The site is zoned B3-2 Community Shopping District with no request to rezone. The gas station represents a special use within the B3-2 district. The project received review from and approval by the zoning board of appeals in 2020. Here's an aerial view of the existing station at the Sheridan and Toohey intersection. An aerial view of the site looking toward the west from above the lake. And an enlarged view. I'm sorry, that was from the east. Here's a view at grade from the intersection looking towards to the southwest. A view of the site from the North Sheridan Road looking northwest. And a view from the intersection to the west. To the east, showing Loyola Park. And now I'll turn the presentation over to Tom Pekarsky, the applicant's attorney, to explain the project further.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for inviting us to speak with you today about our project for 7138 South North Sheridan Road. I am Tom Pekarsky of the law firm of Gordon and Pekarsky. Joining me today is Minhas and Dilshad Lakhani, who are the applicants. Eric Erickson, who is the project architect. This is a straightforward matter before you today. Subject site is located in the southwest corner of the intersection of Sheridan Road and Toohey Avenue. It has been the location of some form of gas station since the 1960s. It's perfectly located for such a use as thousands of autos each day travel the Sheridan Road into and out of our city. The applicant began his operation of the site as a gas station and convenience store in 1989. Since that time, the business has expanded to include a sandwich shop on site. There's always kept a tidy site, but the decades of business, after decades of business, it is in need of renovation. In short, Mr. Lacani proposes to demolish his existing 6-pump gas station with accessory convenience store and food shop. He will replace it with a 6-pump gas station with accessory convenience store and food shop. As you can see from the survey, the existing siting of the property displays an evolution of the business rather than a consistent plan from the start. Pumps and store are located in the middle of the property. The food store is located at the southern edge, requiring foot traffic to compete with auto traffic and movements to multiple locations to enjoy all the services. The site renovation is a much more logical layout. Site plan. Site.
Existing. Site plan is up there. That's on the left.
So you have the existing to the left and the proposed to the right. Site renovation is a much more logical layout that will endure as good site planning long into the future. Pumps will be located in a pod at the eastern end of the property for the most frequented use. Traffic will have logical direction with access to the pumps that does not interact with foot traffic. Convenience store and food shop have been combined into a single building so that all food purchases can be performed in one building with no exterior pedestrian movements. The building is a single story. If we could have the elevation, the colored elevation. The building is a single story designed with a traditional look. It will be constructed of brick and glass with ornamental features. These colors are contextual with that of our surrounding neighbors. The location of the building to the south of the property will act as a buffer between the pumps and the surrounding areas. Siting has allowed us to include several community benefits over what is existing. Most notable of all of these is the removal of one of the driveways along Sheridan Road. You could see that as currently existed, there are two driveways on Sheridan. We are eliminating the one most closest to the intersection of Sheridan and 2. This increases both pedestrian safety and reduces traffic delays along the stretch of road that experiences significant rush hour delays. We have also reduced the width of the existing driveway along 2E Avenue by more than 6 feet. We are also providing a sidewalk on site that allows for expedited and safe pedestrian access from between 2E and Sheridan. This will cut down on the amount of pedestrian traffic at the corner of 2E and Sheridan, which is heavily trafficked by autos. The proposal also provides a detailed landscaping plan. As you can see, the majority of it is along the most traveled routes at Sheridan and 2E. This will act as a visual screen of our use for the public way, essentially hiding the pumps from visibility at Sheridan Road. Plan is a result of a high degree of consultation and input for a project of this size. The gas station was a legally non-conforming use. Expansion and renovation first required a zoning. We worked closely with Alderman Haddon and the community during the process to receive local support, committee recommendation, and then approval of the full city council. The proposal also required variation and special use approval before the zoning board of appeals. Department of Planning reviews the architectural plans for special use applications. It provided its input throughout the process. The project then gained ZBA approval after a full public hearing. Finally, the project required application for review under the Lakefront Protection Ordinance, for which we are before you today. This plan is the summation of that high degree of scrutiny. And therefore, we would ask this body's vote for approval of our application. And our team is available and stands for questioning. Thank you.
Once again, this is James Gwinner with the Department of Planning and Development. DPD has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance as they apply to development in the private use zone. Specifically, LPO policy number 8, proposed project will help further security by providing a 24-hour presence at the site. The new building will add lighting to the street and enhance pedestrian and automobile activity in the area. LPO purpose number 1, project converts a substandard gas station convenience store into a modern small building with an updated modernized food service component. The proposed project promotes the general welfare of the city through the generation of property and sales taxes from increased auto and foot traffic from the improved use. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant on this item?
Not a land use question,
Sure.
not a land use question, but do you intend to have electric charging at this location?
Yes, we do.
How
Can you
many-
can you state your name?
Eric Erickson, Erickson Architecture. Yes, we have plans for one.
One outlet,
One, we have seven parking spots. One will have electric service.
thank you.
And as you can see, you may not be able to see clearly on the site plan, but it is next to the convenience store, the building on the eastern border of the property, towards the eastern border of the property. Excuse me. Southwest.
It's located down here in that landscape.
Excuse me, yeah. Southwest.
And will it be a fast charging or level 2, level 3?
I'm not sure. Honestly, we're just working on the working drawings now, and we're just about to nail it down.
Any other questions or comments? Should I get a gift?
Hi, I was wondering about the lighting plan, vis-a-vis the neighborhood and, there's a balance, of course, of security with the gas station, especially and making sure there's enough lighting, but also not having upward glare for the neighbors and that kind of thing.
Yes, so the canopy will have the usual lights, but there are LED lights, they'll be aiming downward underneath the canopy. LED lights are wonderful in that they're so well controlled directionally. So when they have a certain angle, they really stick to that. And when you say you have 0 or 0.1 foot candles at the lot line or something, it actually works. We have lighting on the building facing forward Sheridan Road. Of course, to light our area, but the building acts as a natural block to all the residential properties to the west. We just have a very minimal light in the alley, just so the alley is not pitch black. So we've been very mindful to try to keep our light on our own property. Yeah.
Was there another question by anyone? So another hand. Nothing else? Okay. If not, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by the applicant, Minas Lakani, for the property generally located at 7138 North Sheridan Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Laspada, second by Commissioner Pinheiro. Roll call vote. Then Commissioner Bobrick stepped out. Commissioner Castañeda.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowell.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Gadakia.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Laspada.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Pinheiro.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Sicha Lopez stepped out. Commissioner Tillman,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
thank you. Did I miss anybody? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item. The next item is listed as D3, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by PO55 LLC for the property generally located at 55 East Washington Street. The applicant requests a rezoning on the subject property from DR10 downtown residential district to first those of a DX16 downtown mixed use district, and then those of a residential business plan development to convert the existing vacant office space into an additional 214 residential dwelling units. The overall FAR will be 23.24. This is item 2692, and it's in the 34th ward. James Winter will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you. For the record, my name is James Gwinner with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, PO55 LLC, has submitted an application for a proposed plan development at the property generally located at 55 East Washington Street, the historic and landmark Pittsfield building. The applicant proposes to rezone the subject property from DR10 downtown residential district to DX16 downtown residential district, and then to residential business plan development to convert existing vacant office space into an additional 214 dwelling units and an observation deck on the upper floors of the building. The height of the existing building will remain at 557 feet. The overall FAR for the plan development is 23.27. Subject site is located in the Loop community area in Alderman Bill Conway's 34th ward. The area contains over 42,000 residents and over 23,000 households, a median household income of approximately $119,000. The area's population is 50.9% white, 12.1% Hispanic Latino, 9.3% Black, and 7.6%. Existing land uses in the neighborhood include transportation, multifamily, residential, business, commercial, and institutional. The slide shows the site location on the corner of East Washington Street and North Wabash Avenue, a block west of Millennium Park. Property is adjoined by other PDs and properties of zone DX16. The site is an ideal transit served location. Stair and escalator access to the CTA Brown and Orange Line stop at Washington and Wabash is literally steps from the North Wabash Avenue building entrance, with red line and blue line stops 1 and 2 blocks to the west, respectively. CTA bus stops for the number 4, number 66, number 20, and number 56 bus lines are all steps away from East Washington Street building entrance. Additionally, a metro stop is located 1 block to the north at East Randolph Street and North Michigan Avenue. Here's an aerial view of the building with Millennium Park and regards. Here's the street level view at East Washington Street, showing the northwest corner of the building at top left, and at bottom showing the L tracks running past the building on North Wabash Avenue. Here are closer street level views in the northeast corner. The northeast corner is on the left, and the northwest corner is on the right. This proposal is subject to the Central Area Plan Guidelines of 2009 and complies with the goals and objectives then. The project will continue to add to the development of the Michigan Wabash State Corridor as a high-density, mixed-use corridor incorporating housing, education, cultural, retail, entertainment, and office uses. Now I will turn the presentation over to Michael Esgar, or Rolando Acosta Esgar, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you, James.
Always back. Yep.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Plan Commission. I am Rolando Acosta. Michael Esgar is not joining today. It's just me. That's not too disappointing. But with me today is Tom Lorenza. He is a principal with the applicant, PO 55. If some of you watch Instagram, he's also a skyscraper guy. And then Ken DeMuth from Papa George and Ames, who are the architects for the interior renovation of this project. Some of the facade work that has to get done here. Looking at the timeline, and I'll start with the one earlier than Nate there. So PO 55 purchased its interest in this building in May of 2023. We have been working on this redevelopment. It's a rather complicated building with multiple things that need to get done to this. Most of this is because the building has been vacant, or primarily vacant, except for some floors you'll see in a moment, for about a decade. It's gone through multiple ownerships, had multiple issues with those ownerships, including at one point in time, the building was controlled by the US Marshals pursuant to a Canadian agreement. There was a prior owner who had some issues with the Canadian government. So the floors that we are renovating have been vacant 10 years, while there's residential currently in the middle of the building. And the ground level, which most of you have seen, and if you haven't seen it, you should actually walk through it because it's spectacular, has been partially occupied, but pretty much vacant. But for this process, we started in February of 2025, having conversations with the alderman and the meeting with DPD to go through the initial conceptual project. It is to rehab this building. There's a minor little addition that I'll show you in a minute, but essentially the exterior of this building stays the same. It's a renovation project. We had further discussions throughout March and August with the alderman office and residential neighbors of the property, as well as filed our PD. Then we had some commentaries, and so we made some project changes through the March-August deadline, that timeframe, and including in August, the small addition that I'll show you at the top was approved by the Permanent Review Committee of the Chicago Landmarks Commission on August 7th of this year. That brings us essentially to here. And then from here, hopefully with your favorable recommendation and favorable approval of the City Council, we can move to actual construction and bring this building back to life. It has it's a lot of work inside. The building is essentially gutted on the vacant floors. The terracotta has to be totally redone on this building at major expense. This is a very large building, a lot of terracotta, a lot of ornate terracotta. The building was built, just by way of background, in 1927 by the estate of Marshall Fields. And it linked to the Marshall Fields store, and it's immediately to the northwest. When built, first of all, it was built in 11 months. Seems amazing nowadays. When built, it was the tallest building in Chicago. And originally it was supposed to only be 21 floors because the zoning ordinance actually will let you have 21 floors. During the planning, the zoning ordinance got changed and allowed you to go above that and actually build taller if you limited the footprint of the taller section to 25% of the site. That's how you get a tower above a 22-story base in this project. It also has, you're going to see all this in a minute, but it has a spectacular atrium that's 5 stories tall. And then that atrium provides a courtyard above, an open area above, that gives light and air to the spaces that were originally offices up in the building. Go to the next one. You can see, this is a section through the building. And you can see here, ground floor is in red, and it's got basements below. You see in the sort of a peach color is the atrium that goes up through the top of the 5th floor, so 6th floor. And then the idea in yellow is the apartment areas. You'll see some areas that are called buffer floors. Those are temporary. That is because we have occupied space in the middle of this building, what is in light blue and darker blue. And in order to build below and above occupied floors, we must create 2 floors of buffer floors that provide safe exiting from this building while the construction is occurring. The buffer floors are actually under construction. This building has been, none of my client's fault. It's been in building court for 10 years. So a lot of this exterior renovation and life safety issues that we're dealing with are really pursuant to court supervision on this property. But then you can see the middle, the floors 10 through 12 were once occupied as residential. It was a flood. They need some repair, HVAC, some cabinetry and the like, but those will be brought back as residential. The darker blue are currently occupied. That is subject to a separate ownership. And they have consented to this plan development. There are 200 between the light blue and the dark blue. There are 228 units in this building. And then the yellow above, and then above the yellow, you'll see a nice slide of this. There's intended to be a cafe and an observation deck. The observation deck really came to being because of Tom's efforts on Instagram, which now has over 110 million views internationally. And there was a desire by the general public, nationally, internationally, to know more about the rehab of this building. He focuses on the history of the building, how it's going to be rehabbed. This is going to continue throughout the process of the rehab, so we can include the public, both in the city and elsewhere, in the activities on this building, familiarize them with the beauty of Chicago architecture and also the beauty of our great city. So this is a promotional for the city, obviously for the building, that he started kind of on a whim, on a cell phone, and now has taken off and becoming much more sophisticated. So now we move to the site and ground floor. It's essentially what is there today. This is actually the ground floor as it exists today. There'll be some slight modifications, but nothing significant on it. The commercial at the lower right-hand corner, it says commercial space, that is the Pittsfield Cafe today, that is functioning. The commercial at the southwest corner by Wabash is today Fiance Jewelers. That's the only other occupied commercial space in this building. You can see from the ground floor, we have an entrance on Wabash and an entrance on Washington. Garland Court to our east is a named alley, provides most of the service for this building. You can also see here on our Wabash side, we've got an elevator for the CTA and the stairs for the CTA, so our access to curbs is rather limited there. And then on the north end, there is the bus lane, the bike lane, and the separated median. So we have limited access to curbs there. And we use Garland really for most of our vehicular service to this building. I'm gonna just note for a second, you see the elevator corridors in the middle. Cornelli Hall, this building at one point had student housing. Cornelli Hall is just a lounge for the students. Today it's a security office, but we've kept the name. And we're redoing some of these elevators, including creating, they're rather small, remember 1927 construction. So we're actually, Ken DeMuth has looked at this very carefully, joining a couple of elevators into one so that we have an elevator that the fire department can use for emergency that will hold a stretcher and won't have to stand up that stretcher on site. So there's a lot of work. And I've got to tell you, the city has been great. We've been working with the building department, the fire department, city transportation department, Department of Planning and Development, throughout all steps of this. Very kind of complicated. Trying to go fast because I know you've had a long day, but this is sort of worthy of getting some understanding. Next site. Next. So this is just the loading plan. Lower left-hand corner is our pickup and drop off. We located it there because literally it's the only place we have to do it. Just north of it is the handicap parking that coordinates with the CTA elevator to provide ADA access to the CTA above, then the stair. And then Washington stays pretty much the same. Loading is off of Garland Court. It's also highlighted in yellow here. What I'd like to note is if you notice just to the left of that loading entrance, there's an elevator. That elevator will become relevant to you in 2 seconds when James sits above. Because that elevator gives us access to the basement here. And in the basement, we have the bike parking. So we have 215 bicycle parking spaces in the basement of this building, including parking for 12 accessible bikes, 88 accessible bikes. And the way that they would enter is they would come in off that loading door in the Garland Court, get to that elevator, be able to access the basement, and then go into the bike room in the building that will be constructed. We've also created 2 trash rooms to try to consolidate some of the trash that's will be coming out of this building. There's not as much now because there's not many people there. Next slide. Ground floor plan. This is future conditions. So we've joined the commercial space that's now divided at the very corner of the building. We'll create one large commercial space. For the observation deck that I mentioned earlier, this would be the gathering space at the ground floor. So if people come to go up, this will be the first place that they will enter. And there will be historical pieces throughout this area. So people start to get a sense of the history of this building in the city of Chicago. Above it will be a bit of, the second floor, there will be a bit of a restoration museum that people can actually see portions of this building and explore and understand how it's being brought back to life. Now, the only other note, you can see the Pittsfield Cafe on this. There's a thought that the commercial of Washington next to Garland would be a food service. So we've added a little bit of an outdoor seating area on Garland. And that will cause us to have to organize what is a bunch of garbage dumpsters that are immediately south of it. Next slide. Lower level residential floors. So the big gap in the middle is above the atrium of the 5th floor. This is just a typical floor. There's some variety in this floor because of the way it's built. I should say that the building is a City of Chicago landmark. It's a national landmark. It's also in a City of Chicago landmark district and in a national landmark district. So Cindy Rubik makes fun of me because I call it a double landmark, because we're a landmark actually 4 different ways. It's obviously an important building for the City of Chicago. So you can see it's a variety of studios, 1 beds, 2 beds, and some 3 beds. You'll see some of those as we go up in this building, arranged around that central court. There will be amenity space on the lower floors where you're closer to the trains, or closer to the other buildings that are around us. So particularly on Washington, on these plans are always on top. So particularly on the south side of the building, which is sort of that and somewhat to extent on the Wabash side where we're at Jason Dale, we reserve some of that area instead for residential for amenity space, office spaces for the tenants, recreation space for the tenants. We actually have an indoor dog spa area that's on one of the floors on the south side of the building. But you can see the units as they are. You can also see, one more time, elevator 13. So elevator 13 is an elevator that services all the floors in this building. And as you notice now, it's double wide so that you can fit a stretcher in that elevator. All right. So now we're getting up to the top of the building. It steps into the tower. As you can see on the 24th floor footprint, 23 is mostly mechanical. So that is the beginning of the tower as we rise. And then it steps up, steps in again at 35 and starts going to that point in time. If you want to view this after this hearing is over, you can just look out the door, you can out the window, because you can see straight to the building. But we have, again, residential units on these floors, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. There's a couple of 3 bedrooms. They have kind of a purplish lilac color on this drawing. So you see one on the 24th through 29th through 34th floor, upper right-hand corner, and on the 35th to 36th floor on the left. 36th floor steps in, so that allows us ability to create some outdoor space. This floor has a relatively large parapet wall, but some of the other floors, to the extent we have outdoor space, will require us to put some kind of railing. And we have committed that any railings we put in here, to the extent they have to be of glass, will be a bird-friendly glass. I want to touch on that because I know it's important to many of these the commissioners. Secondly, we have committed to participate in Nights Out Chicago. I don't know if you know what that is, but that really says that after 11 p.m. during the 2 migration seasons, the spring, which is March through June, and the fall migration, bird migration, which is August to November. After 11 o'clock, you either dim or reduce outdoor lighting because the lighting disorients the birds that are migrating over our city. So we will also be incorporating that as part of the operations of this building. Next slide. Typical floor plans. On the left is a studio. On the right is a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom. The 1-bedroom, as you can see, the bedroom is in the middle. Depends on borrowed light. We have the floor-to-floor heights in this building of 10 feet, so we can use borrowed light to get the required light to that interior bedroom. Open space landscaping, really at the upper floors. This building occupies the entire ground floor of the site. And you can see this is on the 23rd floor. So just where the base ends, you can see some outdoor seating areas that we've incorporated. A party room on that floor. And then you can see the tower actually, because rises from here, that has space on this floor. The roof, not really that exciting. Okay, it's just the roof, although it is visually exciting from the street because it's a conical roof here that rises into a tower that goes above. I want to point you to the center here. There's that may be an octagon in the center. So that used to be a smokestack. It's about 5 feet wide, about 8 feet wide. It can hold a 6-person elevator. We're going to use that smokestack as part of the observation deck, as you will see in the next slide, I believe. There you go. So this is the observation deck floors. So now you're way up top on this building. The 37th floor is primarily interior, has a cafe. The 38th floor kind of has a bit of catwalk feel to it, mezzanine feel to it. You can see the little bridge that expands over what is an open area that looks down and has outdoor space that you can look. This all came from Tom on Instagram and the other social media saying to people, what would you like to see in this building? And the overwhelming response was an observation deck where the public could get up to the top. Here you get an incredible view of the entire city. We were there recently for a tour and you could see, I know you spent a lot of time today on the 78. And so you can see clearly that far. You can see all of Michigan, all of William Park. You can see north. On a clear day, you probably can see the High Temple and Wilmette. But 39th floor, there, it's kind of a maze of stairs and the intricate metalwork that makes up the top. So the idea was not just to have people come up and look out, but also experience the construction, the members of this building. And then in the center is the smokestack I just talked about. And that smokestack can hold a 6-person elevator. So the thought is on the 39th floor, you'd be able to enter the elevator, you get sent up the smokestack, you get yourself to the very tippy top, almost a crow's nest at the top of this building. Doesn't hold very many people, but I'm sure people will enjoy those. I'm afraid of heights. There's no chance to go in this. But so from there, obviously, you get an outdoor spectacular view of our beautiful city. This is the top of the building. The arrow that is labeled stair, because it's almost impossible to see, but the 38th and 39th floor only have 1 stair for egress. 2 are required by code. There was no place to put it. So the architects very creatively put a very small addition that, quite frankly, from grade, you'll never see it. It's also on the south facade. So that's not east is Millennium Park, north is Washington, west is Wabash, south is private property line with another property. So least visible, logical place to put it. Otherwise, the top remains the same and you can see where you will be standing if you go on the tour to the top. These are the existing elevations. I don't know how many pieces of terracotta there are on here, but there's a lot of them that have to be replaced. This will have a full facade restoration. It will have a window restoration. We're in the tens of millions of dollars in just the facade and bringing the exterior back and getting rid of that canopy that everyone has unfortunately had to deal with for the last decade. Next slide. Sustainable policy. We hit the 50 points. We did not take any points yet for bird friendliness, but we will because we're going to get to bird friendliness. We just had to work through. There's a lot of details here. Ken can go on. If he started now, he'd be here for a week. He's in the details on this building, so I don't let him talk because we only go. And well, you know, obviously we're doing the best we can with what is a complicated and fixed asset we cannot really touch because it's a beauty. Stormwater management, we talked to the stormwater management department. We'll meet the stormwater management. This has been a fully improved site since 1927. ARO, so 214 units, 43 affordable units on site in the building, divided by, this slide was actually reviewed, that the whole ARO plan has been reviewed by Department of Housing, who I built them into earlier, so it's been helpful with this project. So we've distributed the units by unit type. We've also distributed the units by AMI. You know, two units at 40% or below AMI. I believe it's 12 units at 50% or less AMI. Then I do quick math, 15 units at 60, and then the 12 and the 2 at 70 and 80. And you can see the corresponding unit types. They're also distributed throughout this building. Next slide. Economic and community benefits. Obviously, this building is currently zoned DR10. Floors were vacant when it was zoned. Because the DR doesn't permit office. You can't put the office back unless Patrick really wants us to. And, but, so you can't put the office back. But DR10, you also can't build any more dwelling units. So the only viable use since the rezoning for the empty portion of this building is empty. The rezoning will allow us to reoccupy those empty floors with, in our case, apartments. And obviously will give us the revenue needed to restore this gem, the city of Chicago. We get 20% affordable on site. We got MBE, WBE, a city residency. I will tell you, not divulging any names, but the lead GC for the interior renovation that we have right now would be an MBE company. So we're hoping that all works out. The team is very committed to the MBE, WBE provisions of this. It's $195 million in project cost and seemingly rising every day, and creates about 300 construction jobs. And with that, I turn it over to James.
Once again, for the record, my name is James Winter with the Department of Planning and Development. Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed development is in compliance with the plan development standards and guidelines. Proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of existing neighborhoods. Proposal is designed to reinforce desirable urban features found within the surrounding area. Proposal ensures a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project. Project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and motor vehicles. Project is designed to promote pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of a plan development and zoning map amendment be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Rolando, I'm impressed. You may be taking, a few people's jobs by doing the whole presentation by yourself. That was pretty.
My effort to try to make this quick. I'm a lawyer who doesn't talk a lot.
And as an architect, I want to be added to the list of tours that you're gonna be doing. So it's a great building. We do have one speaker signed up to speak, and I know he would also like to be added to the list.
Well, I've already got him on the tour because he already stopped me.
Oh, I'm late to the party. Okay, Mr. Adam.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. Yes, 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 yes. Of course, I love new buildings, but you can't have new buildings without saving the old ones. So I love the fact that we can save a lot of these old buildings because in the past, we have not done that. So to have that observation on top, freaking awesome. To have the building facade restored, the terracotta restored, that's awesome. Just to have the building brought back to life and to be profitable, not only for the developers, but for the city as well. So I'm also glad this is no longer in these floors, because if it had been, we would not be here. So I'm just gonna say that right now. I can say something, you don't not to say that. I'm gonna say I'm glad it's not here board anymore. So I'm looking forward to this process, looking for this building restored, looking for some beautiful uplighting that may have to be dim for the birds, but that's okay. But to bring this building back to life and have it showcased as a part of Chicago skyline as it used to be, is very beneficial, and I'm excited. I'm very excited. That's why I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Not only for the 78, but for this as well. So
Thank you for sticking around.
yes, thank you.
Okay, so open it up to the commissioners.
I do have a question. Thank you, Mr. Acosta, for and James for the presentation. Very good, very interesting. Let me start by saying remarkable project, remarkable building. So that's it's impressive and kind of exciting to see it. I'm more interested in really the market aspect of what's happened here. How could it be that a wonderful building like a landmark like this, a block from Millennium Park, what did you say the vacancy levels are right now?
So everything but, well, good thing we have the slide up, because anything that is not in blue has pretty much been vacant since about 2016. So it's a chain of bad events.
So that's my point, and that's what I would love, at least briefly, respecting everyone's time here, understand how could it be possible, given the circumstances, that a building like this Other than the zoning, because I can hear the zoning issue, but once, that can be overcome if we have the right project, that it's taken 9 years.
So
Or
in a
this-
sense, a redevelopment started, gutted the building. There was a dispute with the local officials that caused it to be downzoned to DR10. That made a stop the project. Then what happened is that developer actually conveyed it to another owner. This is all in the public, so I'm not.
Yeah.
Whose last name is Kong, who is a Chinese national with Canadian citizenship. He was indicted in Canada. And pursuant to that, Canada froze his assets. Pursuant to a treaty with the US government, the United States Marshals took over the building. Now meanwhile, the building's empty. And no one's doing anything, and certainly the US Marshals are not pursuing the redevelopment of the project. That went on till Kong eventually got the title back to the building, but it was subject to liens. In 2023, there was a foreclosure of the liens, and Tom buys the building out of that process in 2023. So that's how you basically get from 2016 to 2023, more or less, with this gem. Just the canopy's been up that long. This has been deteriorating for that long. This is some reason why it's getting so expensive to do this, because we're dealing with a building that, they were supposed, the court case on the facade is a 2017 court case. The judge is tired of seeing this building.
Yeah, thank you. That complexity and litigious explains it. Thank you, sir, for your investment in the city.
If I may, Milana, you should have saved that for the Netflix season, so that's.
We're working on it.
I've been thinking like this whole thing reminds me of The Sound of Music, because these are a few of my favorite things, like, you know what, like, great way to end this meeting. Well, we're not done. It's a plan. It's not a Chicago plan. But really, truly, like the adaptive reuse, love it. Like 2 years ago, I think we would have fought to get the level of detail that we're seeing on the slide in terms of the affordability. Fantastic. The income grading is fantastic. To see folks doing 2 and 3 bedroom units, family-sized units in an adaptive commercial development. Fantastic. And like, to hear folks, because we got the feedback too, on the railings, on the bird-friendly design. To see that in the presentation here today, I really appreciate it, and like, I wasn't good at hiding my excitement about that observation deck, like, the rooftop bar is gonna be fun. Yeah, thank you for bringing something that feels really, really exciting to us today.
Our pleasure. We have to credit the team. Tom, obviously, who's, I don't know if you know, but his Instagram started with, I bought this high rise, my wife wants to kill me. And that's helpful.
Oh yeah, the things that you found in that building. Very interesting posts.
And Ken, who's not only a spectacular architect, but also spent some weekends restoring prairies. As a result, is extremely familiar with bird migration issues. So he brings a unique feature as an architect to this, that he's already steeped in the knowledge of what we have to do to be bird friendly. And it's an easy conversation. So it's really to their credit.
Don't get me started.
So thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other comments? Commissioner Reyes?
Just briefly, because we're all tired, but this is an amazing way to end this meeting. I know we started with a huge project that is going to have a significant impact in Chicago, but nevertheless, what you're doing, Tom, is also at the same level of impact. To take a building like this, I cannot imagine the people that lived there before and the histories that they have. And by you preserving it, I think that is incredibly amazing. I'm always in favor of new construction, creation of affordable housing. So seeing this here, the preservation component, and having, like Alderman Spada said, 3 bedrooms affordable at 50% AMI. I really, I congratulate you, because I think that it can be done. A lot of developers come here and tell us, no, it cannot, it can't be done. So thank you for that. Thank you for taking this gem back, as Rolando mentioned, but also for giving our hardworking families an opportunity to be in this beautiful building.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else?
Please get it done.
If not, I know somebody from, Alderman Conway's staff is
Yeah.
here.
I'm Steve Valenciano with Alderman Conley's staff. The Alderman wanted me to express his strong support for this planned development and this project, the continued rehabilitation and reuse of a historic building, and in hopes that this project will hasten the removal of the sidewalk scaffolding along the base of the building, which has been an eyesore and an impediment to pedestrian movement at this corner with the new CTA station and everything else there. So, and he also wants to, again, lend any support that we can give you in permitting or licensing or whatever else needs to be done to get this project done. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the timeline? I know this is a complex project and adding the landmark component and everything.
Broad brush,
Yeah.
entering in about a month, we're gonna have a new, he doesn't do anything halfway, so he's looking at a very nice canopy, because we need a canopy. And hopefully in the next few months, he'll actually still start harvesting terracotta and start working on the facade. Then we'll move from there to windows. We also have to move to the roof, which is a very difficult roof to repair, because not only is it copper, but it's 500 feet up in the air and a cone. And then start working probably early next year, hopefully, on the interiors, the interior rehabs, the reoccupation of the building. He's hoping to start some initial tours. We gotta get some licenses and the like, which is facilities. To start some people wanna go in before it's totally redone. And so he's trying to do that kind of Thanksgiving, Christmas, subject to licensing, and we've obviously been talking to the fire department. And people wanna see this. I know the commissioner, she's walked through the building. I think you can talk about her.
I heard it's amazing.
It's pretty amazing. I've gotten as far as the 37th floor indoors. That's it. But it's and he keeps promoting this, which he feels is great for the building, great for the project, but also generates positive interest in the city of Chicago, its architecture, and just the city generally. Hopefully, and then it's about 2027 before we're really fully 100% done. A lot of that is the facade. The facade is incredibly complicated.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be included into the Chicago architecture tours, right? And if possible, that would be a great new building to access. Okay, anybody else, comments, questions?
Just like a huge
Yeah.
congratulations to the new team on just their commitment to reimagining this really beautiful historic space. It's cool to see right now, and I just can't imagine how beautiful it's gonna be once the work is done. And so this is another example of how we do these conversions, office to residential, really well. And so I'm excited to see this project move forward and all the other conversions that we have moving forward to bring much needed housing and deeply affordable housing.
Yes. In the downtown.
Downtown, that's right.
Thank you. Okay, well, if there are no more questions or comments, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have, wait, oh, do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by PO 55 LLC for the property generally located at 55 East Washington Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? So thank you, thank you, Commissioner Kadaki and Commissioner Reyes, roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a proxy vote for Commissioner Dowell on this one, and then Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadakia?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner La Espada?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Pinheiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody? No, okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more. So that totally.
So I got spoiled.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
You did it.
Make sure you share. Yeah.
Ready?
All right, good afternoon,
Oh, just a second, just a second. The last item is listed as E4, an informational presentation of the South Chicago Land Use Framework Plan covering portions of the South Chicago community area. The plan, led by the Department of Planning and Development, aims to define a land use framework that complements past and current planning efforts, as well as upcoming DPD-led and supported developments that are planned for the area. This includes Wards 7 and 10. Tamara, who will provide an overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon, Chairwoman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Tamara Fu. I'm a planner with the Far South Region in the Department of Planning and Development. Today, I'll be presenting an informational overview of the South Chicago Land Use Framework. This presentation will go over project background, scope, and timeline. So the project location is in a portion of the South Chicago community area covering the 7th and 10th wards. The study area is generally bounded by 79th Street to the north, DeSable Lakeshore Drive to the east, the Calumet River and South Chicago Avenue to the south, and South Yates Boulevard to the west. The intent of developing this land use framework is to integrate and complement past and current planning efforts, while also facilitating upcoming DPD-led and supported developments that are planned for the area. The renderings and project costs and funding shown on this slide are just a portion of investments for both developments and infrastructure within the South Chicago community area. These projects range from multifamily residential developments to streetscape improvements, to infill developments and more. Overall, over $510 million is being invested into the South Chicago community area. And, this slide just shows or highlights a need for a land use framework that can guide equitable future growth and development in the area. In addition to looking at future developments, the South Chicago Land Use Framework also examined past and present planning efforts to understand land use and planning priorities that have been identified. All the plans shown on this slide identify goals and priorities such as supporting and growing local small businesses, improving the built environment through streetscape safety and mixed-use redevelopment, and expanding housing affordability while also preserving and rehabilitating existing homes. In addition to this, currently DPD is also participating in a current planning effort, the update of the South Chicago Quality of Life Plan led by LISC Chicago and Ocean Associates. And as I said before, this land use framework is an in-house DPD-led study that was launched in April of 2025. As of current, we're finalizing the analysis of the existing conditions and past studies and plans. For the fall, we intend to continuously coordinate with the aldermanic offices of the 7th and 10th wards who have already been engaged and are supportive of the planning effort. And we anticipate to have targeted community engagement to gather feedback on land use needs, concerns, and priorities, and finalize the South Chicago Land Use Framework for public review and comment in early 2026. We'll plan to have the report be open for a 30-day public comment period, during which city staff will review and consider all feedback before presenting the final version of this framework to the Plan Commission for its formal adoption. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. I know I got a chance to see this yesterday, but if any of the commissioners have any questions or of the staff.
Has transportation been factored into this here study, like the improvements to roadways or
Um,
bike lanes and everything, or?
we are focusing more on the land use aspect of the framework. We are looking at, current and planned, transportation and infrastructure, improvements, to kind of consider within the.
The existing improvements and everything, or?
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight, like on your slide number, your second to last, I mean, you call out some of the deep investments.
Yeah, I didn't
Third
really.
from last, sorry.
Yeah,
Where you show the selected investments by study area, you do call out the commercial avenue streetscape. So I think it's just important to acknowledge that you all, in terms of the work that you guys are doing, is important to our overall kind of holistic view, and the work that we're doing, and studying of it. So to kind of amplify that piece, because it is.
I'm wondering if we can like incorporate that into like the overall theme, or, you know, I know we're doing our work there, but it should be some coordination as far as connecting bike lanes or corridors together, so we can do our planning also.
No, I think that's a great point, and I welcome even more partnership from that standpoint. So maybe we can get a point person, we can talk and get a point person to make sure that we're locked up with that. Great point, Letitia.
Anybody else?
Sorry, just very briefly, the study area, is it the boundaries in black that we see on
yes.
slide 3?
Yes, so the blue boundary is, showing the ward boundary, and the black kind of surrounding, 79, DeSalvo Lakeshore Drive, that is the study area.
I'm really curious, as you've been reviewing the past plans, because I remember a while ago, the commissioner here and I worked on a list quality of life plan ourselves in a past life. I'm very curious. I'm very curious, like what aspects of those plans have you seen enacted and implemented, and which aspects do you think are kind of like TBD as you've been doing that review?
Hi, Erica Selke, I'm the lead planner for the Far South region. I think especially for the list quality of life plan, I think what they've really focused on and have exceeded in is making this an arts community. They do great murals throughout the neighborhood. There are different arts organizations working, and that was really a theme of the first quality of life plan that I think they've absolutely successfully instituted in the area.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
In terms of the project, noticeable that $510 million the city has invested, so I am assuming it's the city either via the DPD funding or the Department of Housing, because I see housing projects there and commercial projects, right?
Yeah, and some are private though. Yeah. So like if you look at Advocate Trinity, that 300 million is their investment, that's forthcoming on the US Steel site, but I'll let others chime in.
I guess, okay.
This is tomorrow, so, yeah, this table just, or the $510 million refers to the, total project cost, and that is, just in general, like, including city funding and.
Yeah, but it's important to say what the commissioner just said, which is the 300 million is a private investment.
Yeah.
That is significant.
Yeah, we can break it down. I mean, a lot of this is some city involvement. And so when we think about, take Sacred Apartments or take Galleria, there's city dollars in the deal, but it was important for us, I think, to capture not just our subsidy that we put in the deal, but the private investment too, because it matters, right? And so I think it just really amplifies the importance of hyper-focused development and investment in these areas that don't always see this deep investment. And so I think the team just wanted to highlight overall the amount, but I think it's fair, and we can certainly follow up with our level of subsidy on across these deals, but not every single deal listed here is city supported. From an investment standpoint.
I appreciate that clarification because I think that is important to recognize it, right? Especially as we were earlier talking about how many millions is gonna be the Chicago fire, right? And then these other gentlemen that just came here, so I'm glad to hear that we also see private investment in South Chicago.
Patty Seymour. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Both at the same time.
Yes. Okay, so I forgot to mention that we did have a speaker signed up to speak, but they left. They just wanted their name on the record. John Paul Jones from South Chicago. Oh, this is just the item, and then he's from Red Line Extension TIF Coalition, and he's for the proposal. And we don't need a vote on this because this was just an informational presentation, but we do need to vote to adjourn. So I will do that. This concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Roll call vote. So motion, second.
Yeah.
Thank you, Benito. Thank you, and roll call vote. Let's see who's stuck. Commissioner Boatright? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Calakia just left. Commissioner La Espada?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Pinedo?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Taylor left. And Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. This month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 2:53. Thank you. Resolution. No. Is it right here?
How long it takes to say what it takes.
Thank you. Take it around. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, my God.
Oh, you got it. Wow, thank you very much. Yeah.
We never know how it's gonna be.
Yeah, right, you're right, you're right.